just all
game's
worried about
to
our
die.
characters dying.
No,
he just told us we're all gonna die.
No characters are gonna die. Jeez, Louise.
Hey, your game might fall apart, but why are you so upset?
Yeah, why are you so upset?
The four of us could definitely carry
You,
this to the
you
end.
didn't,
that's
you didn't
what-
kill
that's
the
what
dude.
I'm
I just
saying.
can't stop sneezing.
That's all. So we are live. So welcome, Ill-Fated Session 64. That's all I was saying is that if you're gonna push ahead, right, then just be aware of what you'll be up against. That's all I'm saying, right? So you don't fall into the play of being like, well, we have, characters in terms of like, fighting monsters and stuff, because I don't really change. Those are scaled for a reason, and so if you're going to go into them with 4 players, it's like honor mode of BG3.
Maldor, didn't you say Maldor has slow now?
Yep.
Oh, we got this.
That's all you need, baby.
G fucking G.
Genie. All right, so the last issue.
Concentration, then.
It is concentration. Well, you don't really
slow
concentrate.
is.
Yeah,
Hug my ass.
Well, he concentrates on haste when I give it to him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean that's about it though.
It's a trade-off, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll cast slow, and then it'll be fine.
I don't know.
I'll haste you whenever I find a mage to teach me.
with your track record, that battle rail for concentration shit.
Oh my
We don't
God,
want money
dude.
having haste on people.
Dude,
You
that
might
was
be,
so bad.
Might be better off not. I'm just kidding. Okay. So recap. We spent some downtime. Our downtime was kind of going through the number of days and just being sure that we were all on track with where we wanted to be. The magical discovery right from you. So just to highlight in the downtime, right, you Deuce, that was a failure for the lightning risk gauntlet, but you did happen to make the lightning canister. And then in terms of conversations, you talked with Aquina, and then you talked with Orcivis. Now, Aquina, this is the first time that you were brought to, and I think what's important is that this is really important, and I think you might, just to be sure you understand, is that descriptively, you're brought to the elemental plane of air, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you need to think about that in terms of the essence and what the dragon type is and how that relates, okay? So there might be some things happening. So they also said very directly in terms of conversation, like trying to get the stone in that way. So now they're trying to take, almost like take it in a way, being like, how is this supposed to get to me? How am I supposed to have it? How is that supposed to happen? And then you just ended the conversation because you didn't want any part of it. And then we have Orcivis. We have a new sibling. Yeah! That was super cool.
Or Gash.
Nameless, they explained that they are potentially, or they are, I should say, a seed. So just like the seeds that you were given from the old one for your power in exchange, Nameless is saying that they are a seed. So they had to have been planted by
Fucking Damodar.
Damodar. And then they kind of broke out, right? They were using this just unstoppable power. And so they're really showing the strength of a seed of an old one. And now it kind of comes to onwards with Boss Cobb. A saga, a story to tell of one goblin boss and his trope of humble goblinoids that are going to the great chief Ukar for salvation and prosperity. And through your journey, we're now witnessing a kaiju battle. So, without further ado, we'll go ahead and create some awesome sounds here. So we need some awesome epic music. Can't have it without it. I always go to this one because this one's the all-time dragon one. Okay, so as I explained in the recap, the Discord, in terms of timeline, there's very specific things that kind of happened in terms of everything and how they were working on the sequence because you're kind of rushing through. I wanted to push you through a little bit to get to that point, just because how much time we spend on the downtime. We had Erithune, a great elder red worm. It's approximately 150 plus in terms of size. They flew heading in a direction south from, the Amazon. Sorry, Amazon delivery just dropped something off and they ran through my yard. Okay. Flying south from the City of Stone. That's where they emanated from. They're roughly flying about 200 feet and they were doing a low flight. So they're underneath the cloud layer. They're perfectly visible at that point as they're flying and kiting. A dragon of this size has a greater wingspan than 200 feet. So they cover almost near, in terms of like, you think about like a football field, right? So 100 yards, that's about 300 feet. That's nearly the size of the wings of this dragon, as they're kind of coasting through. So it's like a giant football field in terms of its wing flight. Then you saw a great elder blue worm. And that was flying in terms of distance. They were flying from the south heading north. And that happened a little after. So now you're kind of hopping over those little crevasses. You saw the red dragon. You're like, okay. You spent some time getting over those large cracks and ravines at the edge of the cliffside before you could get down to the rafts. And then you spotted, as you began to rappel down the ropes and the pulleys, you spotted Tresgal. And Tresgal, as they began to fly, they moved at max speed. And then Erithune matched that speed. And as they match the speed, they're flying roughly 160 feet per 6 seconds. So that's how much distance that they're traveling. You then took a number of time to then get your raft going, because you're committed at this point. You're going, right? So you're getting on those boats. You're beginning to row. Boss Cobb is continuing to yell out, right? Row this way, rah! Doing the whole Boss Cobb thing. And this has a current, this whole river, it's a river, right? So it's all moving down, there's wind. These are like rickety raft boats, and they're like shaking and moving wildly as they're going. And you've gone a number of distance here. You're basically in the middle point of the river, and you've crossed a little bit of that point. And as that occurred, the fight began to happen. So as you're sailing, getting to that middle point, the fight began to happen. They crashed into each other. And as they crashed into each other, they created a shock wave as they impacted just above the gentle wood. As I said, those trees are nearly 200 feet in height. So they basically impacted right above the tree line. And as they did that, bam, that shock wave ripped apart like shrapnel the forest. And then caused vibrations in the ground, and then the water itself started moving. So the actual world, like a quake. Okay? Then they were in that wood, the gentle wood, and they began to fight. As they began to fight, you reached the midpoint of the river. Then they rolled out of the wood in their fight and began to topple down the cliffside, together intertwined as they spun, and then they landed into the river. These creatures are so massive that right now the water is pulling, the current has changed, it's switched. So the water itself is now going towards them instead of out southwards towards the bay. So the current of the river switched because the water's getting sucked towards them. And then as it gets sucked towards them, the wave begins to build. Just like a tsunami. And so they're crashing and they're fighting. And as they rip apart, they are in the water. And you can see the swashes of the water as it's ripping and pulling as they're fighting, the tails coming through and whipping back around. It's miles in distance. This is away from you, but now it's in the gorge. You can see it all the way there as those large, massive, gargantuan creatures are fighting each other. The breath of Erithune ripples out, and as it does, It sends into the eastern cliffside with white and blue flame hot enough it melts the stone of the natural earth. And it begins to fold upon itself, and more debris sends off of the shelf of the rock as it's melted, crashes down into the water. And then Tresgal opens up its mouth, sends out purple and pink lightning breath as it explodes outwards, and it strikes towards the nape of the neck as Erithune grabs the jowls and tries to shove the head back into the water. And as that lightning begins to connect, you see that Erithune is struck by the lightning, ripping apart red scales that come flying off. The head then is plunged down into the water. The wave begins to build. Boss Cobb continues to yell out, "Wow! Wow!" As they continue trying as fast as they can. Remember, this is just the boats that I have positioned for your party. There's more than this. But artwork-wise, it would take quite a lot to put down. And then there are 2 dragons that are currently dived off, and they are flying. Now they're above on the water line as they're beginning to kind of come through. I need everyone to roll perceptions.
Not the worst.
Okay. So we got a 15, a 19, 11. We got a 22. Okay. So, Lucar and Varys, both of you at this distance, as you see those dragons, very similar in size. They are large in terms of their size. They appear to have multicolored wings, ranging from blue to yellow to red. They also have very kind of bronze, golden, brass-like scales that shimmy as they're kind of glowing. They have horns that kind of come out of their heads and they twist kind of forward a little bit as they're kind of moving through. They look very elegant in terms of their shine. Both of you can see those details in vivid detail. Thanos, you can catch a little bit of the glimpses of that, but it's still too difficult to tell because they're like beacons of light, so they're just like reflecting light, right? And then Maldor, you're just looking at the giant fight that is happening between 2 Gargantua dragons and wondering, do we fly away? Do we take flight? Do we leave ourselves? What do we do? That sort of thing. Lucar with the perception of 22, so greater than 20, you can see that on one of the dragons there is a rider. There's currently one person riding it.
What a fucking day.
Oh, but there went the idea of them being on our side.
So, I'm aware of the 2 dragons. I just didn't
You
notice
can't.
any of the details.
Correct. There's no details that you have, right, that you can see. So that kind of is like kind of standing there, and you're kind of wondering in terms of like, you know, how these actually appear, how these actually look, that sort of thing.
Do I have enough of a visual sight on them to be able to cast Sending?
You could, yeah.
Yeah, so Maldor is going to cast Sending to the closest dragon that's approaching us.
Okay.
And just say, I am Maldor Gentile, enemy of the one who would enslave your kind. You are approaching us rapidly. What is your intention?
And you're sending that to the dragon or to the rider?
Can I see the rider? I assume I could.
I would yell out that there's a rider while also saying that that's going to be me someday.
Yeah, because I'm trying to see if your party's relaying information that they're seeing and then you're going off of that, or are you just going off your own perceptions?
If I got enough information to be able to cast Sending to the rider, I would cast it to the rider. But
Okay.
it depends.
So-
whatever would work.
Sure. So, Lucar, you're going to pass that information that there's a rider, give a little description.
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to send the setting to the rider. Okay.
Hmm.
The voice kind of echoes back. To save you, That is my intention.
They claim they're here to help.
As that happens, I need everyone to roll initiatives.
What for?
No, we're being saved. Oh, yep, that's a Maldor initiative.
Oh, great.
And I need to know who's controlling Tegan, who's controlling Irwin.
They're both on a boat by themselves, so say we let Tug control them.
I'll take Tegan.
Yeah, I'll play Irwin then.
Okay.
Gotta keep my bestie alive, you know?
Tug.
Tug will
Tug is
probably
my
be my
bestie.
bestie.
You can't take my bestie.
I can when I make him nice shiny armor, and he's a very simple-minded person.
I keep giving him gems.
All right, so Tegan's being controlled by Deuce, and then Peyton, you're taking over Irwin.
And that is a deuce roll to start off on the Tegan. Let's fucking go.
You down here with me?
Are all initiatives rolled?
Looks like.
So, thanks. I think that's everyone.
Emerging from a spout of water appears to be an armored water elemental-based creature with a trident as it begins to emerge. It points in the direction of you, Thanos.
Need to burn that spell.
As it holds its trident outwards, simply vocalizes in a common-like language as it sends ripples across, and the ear piercings of the water begins to echo that vibration of sound outwards as it comes towards bear of the essence. Grabs the trident, charges it as the trident begins to empower from the water below. You will die. And continues to move forward in the direction of the first goblin. Strikes with the trident. The natural 1. Wow, gotta get the rolls out. 22 hits the goblin, strikes for 10 points of force damage. As it spears the goblin, takes the goblin up in the air, shoves it into the water, and the water kind of takes it with a ripple and pulls it down under. And the goblin is no more. Short bow fired. 1 point of damage. Another one appears. As the ripple of the water comes forward. Moves close. Looks towards Boss Cobb. Misses with the 16. Boss Cobb takes it with the shield and the 11. What is happening? Another appears.
In our entire party.
Points towards the goblin. Strikes for 6 points of force damage. Goes in for the second trident strike of a 10, which misses. Boss Cobb looks towards. Takes the scimitar. 9 misses. 9 misses. And 13 misses. They then begin to take a small horn. As they apply it. And that is going to be in the direction of one of their goblinoids over here, who is then going to be able to take a reaction with their scimitar, coming for a strike. And unfortunately, that is going to be a miss. Another appears. This one goes directly towards you, Thanos, and goes in with its trident for a strike. 12 is a miss, and 26 is going to be a hit. That is going to be 9 points of force damage to you as it strikes through. Okay, and as you're hit by this, you are applied cold damage on the secondary strike. You're hit for 7 points of cold damage, in addition to what was dealt there.
7 after the resistance to cold?
Correct.
Good. Got it.
And then you're hit with a similar condition as Ray of Frost, so your movement speed is reduced. Come to Tug. Balancing on the raft. Tug don't know what to do. What does Tug do? What's happening? Tug begins to yell outwards. Tug is going to take the ready action. Another one applies. This one hears. And it's going to have 2 scimitars appear from either side of their hands. They're going to go in for successive strikes. So 15 hits. They do 6 points of force damage. The second attack is a 21. Kills the goblin. They then continue their movement as they wrap around, floating in a tornado cyclone with the water underneath them. Just kind of hovering and shifting and moving. Another appears behind Tug and approaches. Tug turns with Rat Smasher. Goes in for a smash. 14 is a miss. 21 hits. They do 20 points of bludgeoning damage. But that is halved because Rat Smasher is not a magical weapon.
No, we
Oh, it will be.
need a new one.
Get down! Where'd you come from? Continues to yell. The Elementals comes with a trident, hits Tug, dealing 10 points of force damage, and then comes in for the second strike, dealing 19 total point. 19 is the hit, and then 8 points of force damage, and then is going to use their freezing strikes to apply an additional points of cold damage to Tug on the secondary strike, which is a total of 8. That is also going to do similar to the Ray of Frost, so just continue to apply that on. Not really going to come down to it too much in terms of movement, but we'll see. Wow, the rolls. Tug rolled higher than all of you. I can't even imagine that. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Thanos.
my +7 to initiative got me a 2.
You are up.
Yeah.
You can feel that your essence at the current moment is glowing. It is alive, shaking actually at the present moment, because the creature adjacent to you, this elemental, with their trying to attack the twice, you notice that they're just staring in the direction of it and has like a pull, like the stone is pulling in the direction of the elemental.
Fucking Aquina. I'm going to kill her. And out of all of these, this one clearly looks the strongest. The one behind me, it's bigger. It looks like...
Yeah, well, it's different artwork. They have similar stat blocks. You can say that one probably has more hit points, and yeah.
Got it. I am going to use my new spell. So Thanos is going to turn away from the one that just hit him, kind of out of disrespect for it, and is going to try to save the goblin behind him. And he's just going to look at it, and this purple mist is just going to kind of funnel out towards the other elemental. As I cast Mental Prison.
Okay, so the creature has rolled a natural 1. It gets a
Wow.
0 in terms of its failure. The mental prison is going to extend around this creature. Creature is not immune or resistant to this type of damage or the condition applied. This illusionary cell, only it perceives. On a failed save, the target takes 5d10 psychic damage, and you make the area immediately around the target's space appear dangerous to it in some way. We are going to say, because this is a water-based elemental type creature, in terms of water elementals and their forms, this would be something similar to fire that would be able to steam it, something that would be able to evaporate it, like sunlight, something that would be able to contain it in terms of its size and shape, so it can't be fluid. That's what it's perceiving around it at the present moment. It's
And
going to
then-
be restrained, I believe, is the condition that's applied. Correct?
I don't think it actually restrains. Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
restrained.
And then if it moves, so if the target is moved out of the illusion, makes a melee attack through it, or reaches any part of its body through it, the target takes 10d10. Okay, so
Mhm.
so if it moves, right, that kind of thing, breaks, whatever. So right now it takes 34 points of psychic damage. Creature is injured as the plate armor that surrounds its water-like frame is now broken apart by the psychic. It's kind of, its body is its mind, so it's kind of rippled apart a little bit, so water's like sprouting from it as it kind of extends. And we'll see what happens on its turn if it tries to get away, tries to run. We'll see.
Does Lucar recognize the spell? It's just cast.
Yeah, Lucar, go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Plus 0.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
That was
could-
almost a one.
that spell strikes fear into your heart, and to see your friend use it, disgusting. That was the spell the hag used on you.
Fuck.
No, I rolled a little bit higher than the hag did. That's a
You
lot
did.
of fucking damage.
Mhm.
As soon as I saw triple digits, I was like, "Ooh, that wasn't even a." Oh, okay. Bonus action. I am going to activate my gift and take 2 levels of exhaustion. And then I'm gonna turn back to this one after the purple and pink tackling lightning trances my body.
Okay.
And I will do what Thanos does and shoot it in the face.
All right, 24 is going to hit. You do 13 points of piercing damage as it ripples through some of the plate. As you chunk through, continues to cyclone above the waterline.
Okay. I actually condition effects. There's what it is. That's what I was looking for.
17 is not going to land against this creature.
That's fine.
However,
And
the
then-
goblin is next to you. So technically, you have a flank 1, so that's an 18, and that'll hit. You do 23. The goblin
Ooh.
biting at the heels of the elemental for you.
I appreciate the help. And yeah, how do I actually apply exhaust to? That's in conditions, right?
Yeah, you can actually apply it to conditions. It should show exhaustion too, or you can right-click your token and hit the little dude. It'll be there as well. So.
And then I will end my turn.
Ending turn. So it summons 2 scimitars. Extends outwards. Mercy will be given if you do not resist. It's to flutter around, comes in for 2 scimitar strikes towards Thanos. 10 and 14 both miss.
That doesn't look like mercy.
Mercy will be given. Ah.
Mercy
Oh, they know
and
I'm not
death.
surrendering.
Mercy and death.
Uh-huh.
All right, we now come to this shaman here. The shaman is going to look direction of the creature. It's just adjacent to it, and it's going to use a heat metal spell here.
Ooh.
Dirty.
The
Drop
creature
that.
is it's going to be on the armor because the armor is attached. That deals 12 points of fire damage, I believe, right off the rip here. And then they are heated. As their action to do so, then they're going to use a bonus action to do their nimble escape. And they're going to come here. And they look towards you, Maldor. They jump onto your shoulder. We grab onto you. Ah! Save me! Save me!
Calm yourself.
Do you allow them to save you?
Yeah, it's fine.
They're going to mount you.
You might regret that in a minute.
So you jump back over there.
Yeah.
This one here is actually going to throw out of their satchel. They're going to kind of turn and look towards the one at the back that's fighting Tug. They're going to take grenades, and they throw out a couple of the
A
grenades.
grenade? Is that a grenade? What the fuck?
You didn't
These
think
goblins are my new best friends.
I love it.
It's going to
I
be
love
a
it.
success, so that'll do 4 points of force damage as it sends outwards. And then the goblin is going to end their turn.
I think
Fire
Varys would look
effects.
at him and be like, "You brought bombs?"
Yeah, why
These fucking riggedy racks!
Jesus Christ.
I am hasting and flying.
Okay.
Then I am going to position myself where I can reach all of these with a fear. Which I think would be like here.
What, 30 feet, right?
30 or 60?
30.
Yeah.
I think that's all of them.
Okay, what's your DC again?
Oh, I don't know.
DC. It's gonna be 8 plus your charisma plus the proficiency, so it'll be 12, 5, 17 is your DC. Okay.
They all take 56 points of damage.
They all take it. They all take it. Let's see who's the last one. Alright, so they are all frightened except for the one that is down here. You're activating your gift here as you send out your Dragon Fear. So they don't have a less than 8 charisma score, so they don't automatically fail, so they get the throw. And as you send that out, it echoes direction of all of these creatures. They are frightened for 1 minute or until line of sight is removed.
Cool. I'm just 10 feet above this raft.
Okay.
And that'd be it.
Okay. Ending turn. Alright, come to this goblin. Who's bleeding profusely from being speared by the trident. They're going to come in for a scimitar strike. Natural 20!
Nice.
6 points of slashing damage based on resistances. And then they're going to use their bonus action to do a nimble escape. They look towards you, Maldor. They hit into you. You're already mounted. They bop off. They fall down into the water. They grip themselves to the raft. They pull themselves up.
Oh my god.
Ending turn. Short bow being fired at the one with heat metal. That is going to be a natural 20 as well.
Damn.
Half 14 to 7. We all know for BG3, goblins and numbers do work.
Could have used these at Fort Farron.
I know, right? Or what, you're up next.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Spiritual Weapon, but I don't know how to place it.
So target yourself, then cast
Okay.
the spell, and then it will give you an icon, an indicator, and you're just going to click where you want to place it.
Okay.
Okay, and then
Okay,
what I'm
and
going to do is change this action economy so it populates, and then it is set up now, so you should be able to use it.
All right, and then I will have the Spiritual Weapon attack the one by Thanos.
28 hits, you do 13 points of force damage, and Man, I really wish you could message Drew right now. I'm playing your character. I didn't see what spiritual weapon after the bat.
I actually hit it. No.
Plus 12.
With the fucking plus 12, yeah.
No.
Okay. And then, so that's a bonus action, right? To cast that?
A bonus action to cast, yep.
Yep. Okay, then I will target that one again and hit him with a Toll of the Dead.
Okay. Alright, the creature takes 8 points of necrotic and radiant damage.
Pretty terrible rolls. I think that'll be it for him.
Alright, very sure.
Okay. And then Varys will look at all of them and he's like, you may control the water, but time is my domain. And he's going to cast Slow on them. And...
Curse
you wanna-
of sudden
do you-
inevitable betrayal.
Do you want
I
me to
can
manually? Do you want me to manually
yeah,
pick
because
it?
that's a ton of them.
Yeah,
So
we
it's
can
6.
manually do it. That's fine.
It's 6 creatures, so
Yeah.
this one. Hold on. That
Yeah,
one
go
right
ahead.
there.
Okay.
That one right there.
Okay.
That one right there.
Okay.
That one right there.
Okay.
And then that one right there.
Okay. So go ahead and
And
get
that'll
out of the template, and then I'll go ahead and put the manual concentration
Yeah,
to
I exited out of it. So.
Oh, fantastic. Let's get the manual concentration up on you, and then I'll manually roll their saving throws here. I believe it's wisdom saving throw, correct?
Yes. Wisdom 19.
I have to look at something for their... Okay. 5 rolls. Alright, they're all gonna fail. Okay, they all fail.
Right. And that'll win Varys' turn.
Okay, setting turns, they have -2 to the AC, the dexterity saving throws are -2 as well, can't use reactions, and then they have to choose whether they get action or bonus action, and then if they have like an extra attack, right, they can only make one of those attacks.
Yes.
Alright, Tegan, you're up next.
What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? And Tegan's probably gonna go invisible because he doesn't know any better at that point. And that will end his turn.
Solid.
Tom Brand. Only he had the fishing pole.
Right?
Yeah.
This was time for Rodrigo.
This
to
was
shine.
the time for the fishing pole to come out for sure. All right, we now come to this goblin here. This goblin next to you, Varys, opens up a satchel as well from their backpack. You see more bombs in them.
You don't think we got bombs? What are you smoking? Heavily green over here?
They do 2 points of force damage from that bomb. This one has Scimitar at the ready, and it's going to go in for a strike. 22 hits. They do 4 points of slashing, 8 resisted. Eldred next.
I will. They're all small, so I can just step over them, right?
Right. And one is mounted on top of you.
That's fine.
It's like holding your head right now around your head. It's like,
Not the eyes. Need to see. Yeah, and then I'll just attack the.
okay. So, whoa,
Let's
that's
fucking go!
So now we get to see how durable these elementals are. You come in through a natural 20, do 48 points of slashing damage, and you cut through their armor in the waters. It sprouts through, but the creature still cyclones above the water line, relatively unfazed.
Stop. Enjoy the challenge.
17 comes through. You do 31 total points of slashing damage, chunking the water splashes off of them, falling like spray, like a fountain as it comes through. Some of the plate armor holding the frame together. The trident, they whirl from the cyclone, still standing.
Bonus action, great weapon master attack.
12. They take the trident and they raise it, spearing the great sword from your up-down attack, and it kind of comes down towards you and pushes it off in a parry.
That was a terrible roll.
That was a really bad roll. Yeah.
It's almost impossible to miss with the sword. It's pretty sad. Yeah, that one just turned.
Well,
New
and they're
turn.
slowed, so they have even less armor class than normal.
This one's underneath you, Lucar. They're going to take a short bow. 23 hits. They do 3 points of damage. Ending turn. Another elemental whirls to try and raise.
Hell.
Looking towards you, Varys, as it does. You also have 2 concentrations on. Let me see.
I don't know why it would be 2.
Go ahead and get that off.
He's gonna hit me, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna shield.
Okay.
Let me.
Everyone, see, there's no lag after the shield's cast. No one's
Hey.
freezing. Oh, come
We did
on, come on.
Hey.
15 strikes into your bubble. Then the second attack is a 13, strikes into your bubble as well. As they come bashing down, the raft kind of pushes the 2 goblins with the bombs. One of the bombs
Be careful
falls
with
out of
those,
the
be
satchel
careful with
and it
those.
begins to roll off of the raft. They grab it and put it back in.
You're gonna kill us.
Scimitar swing. 7 is a miss. All right, so now we're going to come to the heat metal. Let's see. Make sure that I think it says it removed it, and I think it shouldn't have removed it. So let's see if there's a problem here. All right.
Say it looks like it's on the goblin that casted it.
Yeah, but it
But not-
removed it from it. So I wonder if it's because the slow is on or something that it's like challenged.
Conflicting.
Yeah. We'll see when it comes to the goblin's turn. I'm not gonna. Yeah, there's disadvantage in attack rolls and stuff, because of the frightened thing. Anyways, it is gonna do something a little bit different in terms of its turn here. It's gonna use its movement speed. So slow is just action, correct, and stuff. So it has full movement still.
Yes.
They can just,
it
only
it-
move instead of.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it
what
can move. It decreases their movement speed. Let me.
Does
I'm gonna make sure we
Their
have this
speed-
100% correct.
Speed is halved.
Yeah, speed
Oh,
is
yeah.
halved. Okay.
Their speed is half, and they can choose to do an action or a bonus action, but not both.
Okay. So what they're gonna
Cannot
do
use
is
reactions.
they're going to use their action to do a dash.
Okay.
And what they're going to do is they're going to plunge into the water and disappear out of line of sight.
Okay.
Okay. So you see them as they're standing there, which could be what ends the heat metal anyways, when you think about it, because they're now under the water. But how would I rule that? Now they're underwater with the
Seems
heat
like they'd
metal.
just be making steam or something.
Steam. It's still do damage. It's a magical thing. So
Yeah.
we'll come to it. But what they do is they're kind of cycloning. They're a perceptive creature. They see the Lucar, the roar kind of emanates from them, the source of fear. Then the slow, as they look towards themselves, they then kind of twirl around. And as they twirl around, they just kind of fall into the water and just kind of disappear with like a little bit of like a kind of a plume of water above them. And then as that kind of simmers onto the water line, they're just gone. The water is a murky green brown. It's turbulent now with all these creatures emerging. It's completely concealed under the actual surface. Oop, I skipped too many turns. Oh, we gotta get back to the goblin. All right, Scimitar. Coming in for a swing. 21 hits, they do 4 points of slashing damage. This one is slowed and frightened. It is going to go for an attack in the direction of you, Maldor, and try to retaliate. It only gets one of its attacks here. That is a 15, which is at disadvantage based on the frightened condition, which is a miss, and they're going to end their turn. This one is frightened, and this one is going to use their movement speed to duck underneath the water line, breaking the line of sight. And then they are going to move underneath the water line and reemerge with a dash action into play. against you, Maldor, as well. Boss Cobb is going to look towards the one as you're over top of Maldor.
Yeah, we got this. We got this.
He's going to go in for 3 swings of the scimitar. 15 is a miss, 7 is a miss, and 23 hits. They do 1 point of damage.
One.
And then
point.
they grab the horn. They look up towards you, right at your junk, right at the balls, and they go.
Oof, that
And
tickles.
they prompt you to use your reaction to swing once,
On this guy?
whatever one you want.
Yeah, sure.
Ooh, 15. That is not going to land. Parries the blow to try it again, twists and pulls, and is able to come through. That is the end of boss.
Don't you have
Cobb's.
flank?
With the flank, wouldn't do it either.
No.
If that's
I
what
thought he
you're
had
wondering.
18 AC. That's why I was curious.
Right now, he only has a +2 from the creatures if we're occupying same space.
Even
Yeah, but
and
minus-
slow.
2 from the slow. That's why I was.
Oh. I guess that would hit then, yeah, because you have the one on top. Will we say the one mounted on top of you, Maldor, would count as a flank, though?
That's up to you. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Is it-
I don't know if he's effectively
That's
threatening them or not.
that's why I was curious. I just know that they had a lower AC and an 18 hit earlier, so I was.
I
just
think you
curious.
get. I think I'll give you a flank 1, which is a 16, and that'll hit. So you deal 35.
Yeah, with the slow.
But I'm not going to give you. I'm not going to give you the flank from the one above you. So I'll give
Yeah,
you
no,
the
that's
hit on the
fair.
reaction from the flank. We have this one who is slowed. They're going to opt to take the disengage as their action, and they are also going to dive down underneath the water line.
Fucking bet.
Doug.
Get him, Tug.
19 hits. They do 8 points of bludgeon damage. Come across again. 14 misses. Turn. This one is restraint from the mental prison as their world from the horrors and fears. They look in the direction of what's around them, and this is going to come to a roleplay moment. I want to make sure I get the names right, so give me 1 second to pull the document. The voice of the elemental worlds, it kind of is like pulled a little bit, like there's a force about it, like an inferno or something. It's like sizzling it, so it's kind of like moving its body to shape around some other kind of figment of imagination, right? So you're seeing this in like real time, like the water's like whirling around some sort of force that's being applied to it. It echoes.
Aquina. Ignis protects them.
As it whirls from left to right, it's kind of shifting its body weight around. Now, can't make an attack outwards. And as it does, it kind of grabs and looks towards the water underneath it and goes to twirl just like the other one did. And as that happens, it's going to be rippled by the psychic damage to pull itself away from the mental prison. And so going back to our damage. So we're going to take that same damage here from the mental prison because I like the roll. So 66 points of psychic damage is what's going to echo towards them. They're then going to end that mental prison restraint, and then they twirl underneath the water line. That is going to break your concentration of mental prison because the spell has expired. This one is going to disengage and dive underneath as well. Thanos, you're up.
I'm gonna be a dick. I'm gonna pull out the stone and just hold it in my hand, in one hand, as I shoot this dude in the face with my crossbow.
All right, 19 is going to hit you, do 26 points of piercing damage. And as you hold it out in your hand, please make a strength saving throw.
Oh,
Why'd you do that?
17 is just barely enough as you hold onto the stone, but the magnetic pull, like a gravity well, pulls the stone in the direction of the elemental towards the center point of its chest, and you're barely strong enough to hold on to the pull at the same time as firing your crossbow.
Then feeling that, I will actually put it back, and I am going to. Now that there's, not another one. Use my flamethrower. I'm assuming it's on flamethrower. And fuck that guy.
All right, creature fails with a 9. It's going to take 22 points of fire damage as it comes through. It also is going to make it so their freezing strikes cannot work on their turn. Not that they are. It's not they're going to take any extra damage to this creature. It just means that they're not resistant to this type of damage, and their freezing strikes are not applicable on their turn following fire damage.
Okay. Bonus action hand crossbow expert.
It's a 10, which misses. So you see as they grab the scimitars, bracing them, and a flood of water like a barrier begins to extend. You take the wrist gauntlet as it comes through, and you fire. As the fire begins to envelop the creature, you hear a little ching as the canister kind of expends, and then the creature kind of unwhirls itself, and you can see from the scimitars that there is no bite to them. There's no cold that's built up on them anymore, so they're just kind of these magical force weapons it's summoned.
Tell Aquina to stop with these games or she'll never get her stone. And I will end my turn.
Looks towards you. Aquina will hunt you till the end of time. Comes in for a strike, natural 20 as it lands. You're hit for 16 points of force damage as it comes down through you and into the raft as it explodes. A couple of the goblins kind of throw it around as the raft is toppling down left and right. Ending its turn.
Hey, you're still above half. I'm proud of you.
I know, right? Thought about using durable, and then I was like, wait, never mind.
Alright, so this is the goblin with the heat metal, I believe, right?
Mhm.
Think so? Yeah,
Yeah.
The one on Maldor? Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if it's because it's mounted. Let's see.
maybe.
I'm going to just target just in case, but it is going to use to do the pulse, which I believe is a bonus action, right?
Yeah.
So let's see. It's in the feature tab. Let's try it again.
It sounds so gross.
It's a fiery fart.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it was able to apply it again, but it didn't roll the damage, so it's still kind of working. So it's going to be 9 points because it's 2d8, I believe. So it's going to be 9 points of fire damage, and that is a bonus action as it does that. And then this goblinoid actually has cantrips, and it does have a firebolt cantrip, so it's going to opt for that. It's going to look towards the one that is slowed and thins out a firebolt in the direction of that one, which is a 9, and then it's going to be a miss. All right. Let's get to better music than that. Sidesteps to the left of you.
We got this, don't worry.
Grabs more bombs. Pulls the pin.
You're gonna get capsized over there.
Thank God I have a shield bubble.
It explodes and deals 6 points of force damage. Ripples at the backside of the elemental. Ends its turn. Lucar, you're up next.
Okay.
Somebody help me.
You're unharmed over there.
I just mean from these goblins, man. With
He's
the
more
bomb.
worried about the fucking bomb.
So I need to come down 5 feet.
What if you use the halberd?
Nope. I have a new toy.
He does
He
have
doesn't-
a new toy.
Doesn't want the reach. Gotta enjoy. Nice.
I'm gonna use its keen. Where the fuck do I find that?
In inventory, there should be the economy keen, and I'll go ahead and equip them, but they're in equipment here. One's labeled Greatsword, and the other
okay.
one's labeled Halberd.
Yep.
Okay.
Just had to equip them.
Yeah, so just expending that reaction, and then also the charge of that, and so now we can just manually say your crit threshold is now 17 plus. So if you roll a 17, but you roll 19, so that's going to be a critical. Go ahead and roll your damage, and then we're going to manually apply the critical damage. All right, so that is right. The critical is going to be 12 plus 6 plus 8 plus 24. 50 plus 37. A total of 87 points of damage. You're able to kill this creature. So because you immerse your silvered Beskar weapon here. This is a great sword, I believe. So let's change the name of that. I have the right name for this item for you. You fly over, fluttering down with your mystic gem wings, crystal kind of lattice work that is built up for the backside of you, glow. You kind of use that charge momentum to come downwards just slightly, the up-down strike as the weapon glows in radiance. Scimitars twin together as they raise themselves towards, and the radiant damage smashes through them as they break apart into pools of water and then shimmers into the plate, and that begins to crack and burble, falling apart. The creature just is destroyed, and as it's destroyed, the cyclone ends, and the plate, the armor that it conjured, dissipates and dissolves into water. The creature is just pure water manifested into the armor and the weapons, and it just kind of falls apart after your crash with the great sword into it.
I'm just gonna look over at Thanos and be like, "Who'd you piss off?" And I'm gonna just dart back over here.
I do have a habit of pissing people off, don't I?
.30 is going to hit as well.
It's also
Another
cool.
crit.
Yeah.
That's correct. Alright, let's go and calculate crit damage, eh? I think it's always a 50, right? For the critical.
I think he upcast the last smite. It doesn't look like he casted this
Yeah, I
one.
did
you
it
did.
level 1 this time.
So
You
42.
You should have upcasted it. What were you doing? There's a total of 77 points of damage. The creature is still standing as you fly over. Again, critical. The blade edged with that keen as it smashes through towards the creature and splinters it apart. Still in its cyclone.
And hasted action.
Okay. Haste in action comes through. Not a critical. Deals 27 total points of slashing and rain damage as you come across, slicing the center point of its chest, breaking some of its plate into water as you cut through it. The blade just taking all of the water, it sends it left and right. Creature still stands.
God damn. And that be it.
Okay.
I just want to live, Pascal. I just want to live. We won't sign up for this.
Jumps over to the other side, grabs a short bow, fires it off, and misses.
All right. I'm gonna move.
Not your turn yet.
I thought it was my turn. My bad. Sorry, guys.
Now it's your turn. We just had to go through. We just had to go through some goblin short bows.
I'm gonna move the spiritual weapon here, and have it attack this guy.
14 is going to be a miss. Now we're back to the brew roll, so this is very in tune with the character.
Yep. And then I'm gonna have him cast Spare the Dying on this one. Not spare the dying. What the fuck am I doing? I bet Toll the Dead, but
Okay, that's
I
fine.
it's
good.
whatever. Okay.
I,
What the fuck? Yeah, I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
Paige
I
is
was like
literally-
looking for a dying goblin, and then I
Paige-
saw the
Yeah, I
animation.
thought it
I was
was a
like,
goblin, yeah.
It's like, wait, what am I doing?
spare a goblin's life? I mean, you gotta get a touch range, right? So instead of Toll of the Dead,
Yeah.
that's gonna be 18 total points of necrotic damage. You can see the creature is kind of exploded from the inside, and the water just kind of splashes outwards, coating you, Varys, as well as you, Lucar.
Oh, I got him in my mouth.
It's salty. Very salty.
Oh, it's so cold. That will end Erwin's turn.
Okay. Now we can do your turn.
Varys will look over at that one and fire off a firebolt.
All right, 29 is going to hit
Nice.
you do 22 points of fire damage, and you're able to kill that one as well. Send out a bolt of fire, crashes through the center point of itself. This sends the steam kind of shrapnels at the backside like a comet through, and just kind of falls apart upon itself into water.
Yep, and Varys basically just points at it, and the fire collects at the end of his finger and then shoots off.
Okay.
And that will end his turn.
All right, ending turn, Tegan. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Just
Oh,
kidding.
fuck, oh, fuck, oh,
Oh
fuck,
fuck, oh fuck, oh shit.
He is just gonna look at it and tell it to go the fuck away, and vicious mockery. 'Cause, yeah.
Creature is going to fail with a 7, and it will have disadvantage on its next attack.
sweet, and then end his turn.
All right, come to this goblin. Turns and looks. Potential targets. Yeah, grabs the bob.
No
Think
way.
I can make it happen? Yeah. Well,
You're gonna kill us all!
Looks towards this goblin. Yells outwards.
abandoned ship. Abandoned ship.
Throws the frag. As it crashes, it explodes. The raft also has a health pool, by the way, if you didn't know. And it's going to take some damage. The raft is splintered from the grenade. The raft still stands. It crashes from swinging from left to right.
No way.
Oh. I think you were actually correct in your assumption that they may kill
Yes,
you.
I knew they were gonna kill us.
Short bows from some of these goblins. All these goblins have short bows and scimitars. Some of them have shields, some of them have bombs, some of them have spells, that kind of thing. So a little bit varied there. Maldor, you're up.
Oh yeah, just keep swinging.
All right, keep swinging 12. It is going to be a miss as the goblin that's above you covers your eyes for a split second as you swing. Just a swing and a miss.
Please.
Wow,
That's
no.
one!
How
As
did
you
your luck
reach to
continue?
grab the hand off. You go back for your weapon. The goblin grabs your hand. You swing one hand with a great sword.
I mean, I
This is
crit
a-
on the first swing, so we knew that bad things were going to happen after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, then bonus action, I will just pop out the echo in case that becomes useful.
Okay.
Oh, my companions got wiped. Hold on.
Yeah, probably because from the... I have noticed that the Arbor Summoners have been wiping things quite heavily, so might just have to do a manual drop in at this
Yeah, that's what I
stage.
Just put them right there. That's going to start.
Ending turn. This one looks around.
Yeah.
Grabs the short bow. Comes in for a 8. Then it's going to be a miss. Ending turn.
It's in the back of Maldor's knee.
This one looks towards you, Thanos. Grabs onto your leg and begins to shimmy up you. And mounts you. Hold on, I'm trying to get it done. Do it, do it, do it. Mount him! There it goes. As it mounts you, Grabs onto your shoulders, begins to tap you in the head. Nice work, nice work. I'm sticking with you. I'm sticking with you. I'm sticking with you. And then takes out a vial. And the vial, as they take it out, begins to pour it into your mouth.
I guess I'm gonna trust this. Okay.
It was
Recover
50-50.
19.
Yeah,
As they
it
pour a
was
healing
50.
potion in your mouth.
You're gonna be just fine, just fine.
Chucks the bottle, the flask.
Wow.
Thanos is hard rolling his eyes during all of this, but understands that it's goblins.
Oh my
As it
god.
whirls, as it extends out of the water, this creature was frightened, but it broke the line of sight, which ends your frightened condition from your dragon roar. That's what they were doing when they ducked underneath. However, it is still slowed, but it's going after you, Varys, as it knows you casted the magic upon it. It is going to go for 1 attack based on the slowed condition.
I'm gonna shield that.
Okay. That is going to be a 13, which misses. New turn. This goblin looks across the way at the new target and is going to grab their short bow. 23 hits. They do 3 points of piercing damage. New turn. We have this one that is mocked. Is going to go for an attack at disadvantage towards Maldor. That is 20, which misses. And then the next attack is a regular roll. For their extra attack, they're not slowed, and that's a 14, which misses as you parry the blows back and forth, having a duel with his elemental in front. We now come to Boss Cobb. Boss Cobb is going to go for 3 attacks. 6, 15, and a 10. And then it's going to miss all of them. It's going to blow their horn back at the jewels of Maldor.
I think this is what's fucking Maldor up. It's because this guy's playing with his nuts. Like,
This is proper combat formations.
Allows you to use your reaction to come in for a commander-style strike with this goblin
Nice.
boss. You do 29 points of slashing damage to come through with your reaction. Yeah! Yeah! As it lifts the horn up, smacks into your nuts. Oh, I'm sorry! I'm sorry! It's its turn. Whirls up as it extends, looks towards you, no longer frightened, Thanos, for 1 singular attack. That's a 13, which misses. We can now come to Tug. Tug, staying on the raft. Is there room for Tug? Looks
no,
towards you.
Tug, you are okay.
Sees
Stay
the goblin's
there.
turn. Look.
Yes, it's with you. Come on, we need you. We need you over here.
Tug's coming.
No, please, Tug. No way. What the fuck?
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. God,
I'm here for it.
you're here for it.
Varys is
100%
pleading with
here
all
for it.
these people to stop trying to sabotage us.
All right,
stop.
all right.
Stay on your raft, Tug.
Does that make it a tugboat?
It's a tug.
There's a tugboat.
It's a
No, it's a tug raft.
It's a tug wrap.
No, these are boats. Boss Cop told him himself.
Looks like that boat is now getting C indexed because I moved it, so it's a little off kilter. That's fine.
Tug is Jesus.
That's when it's gonna
He
merge.
can walk on water.
Comes in for a strike at the goblin, kills them with their 1 attack as they slice through the goblin.
You son of a bitch.
Okay, this one then is going to use its movement speed to come adjacent. And then it's going to end its turn. At the end of its turn, it is going to succeed on the wisdom saving throw, which I have been rolling blind, just FYI.
Okay.
The first success, the DC is incredibly high, so this one got a pretty high roll. And then we have a whirl here, as this one extends, and is going to look towards Tug, and then come in for 2 strikes. 23 hits Tug, dealing 6 points of force damage. And then the secondary strike is a 23, dealing 10 points of force damage. And is going to go in for their freezing strike, which is not a rechargeable thing, so I'm going to turn that off. Now it's stuck on recharges. Nice. There goes. Dealing 9 points of cold damage. And putting them under that Ray of Frost minus 10 feet. Ending turn. Alright, Thanos, you're up next.
So, when I pulled out the stone, it felt like it was being pulled towards them, right?
Correct. Yep.
Hmm.
So remember, when you recently went to speak, you actually spoke with an air elemental. Yet these are water, and they're referring to Quina.
Oh.
Grab yourself a
You talked to
spoon.
Who you thought you did.
Begin to
I
whirl
did
the
not
pot.
talk to who I thought to. Okay.
But as it turns out, they're all assholes, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, yeah, but since they're after the stone, when I pulled it out, did I feel like it was a glow, like it is when the dragons are nearby?
Exactly. It's like glowing in a silver vibrancy. It has a coldness to it, to the touch. It's like pulling, like if it's an amulet, right? It's like hanging off of you, pulling like this towards them.
Do I get the sense that I could do the same things that I could do if they were dragons?
I can't tell you that.
Okay. I think Thanos, out of pure curiosity at this point, would grab the stone in his pocket and focus on the near-death one.
Okay.
And try to do... Since it's pulling the stone, I want to essentially pull its, like, essence and see if the stone can absorb.
Okay, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
God
12. You unleash the stone direction as you grab it. You begin holding in direction as you begin to vibrate, and you're trying to channel. I'm not going to have you do the strength saving throw because you already rolled one, so it's redundant. But you're channeling it, and the focus of that. When that happens, there's a massive feedback from the creature, which has far more power and attunement. And as that feedback begins to send shockwaves through your mind, you are struck with psychic damage for a total of roughly 13 points of psychic damage. And as that sends shockwaves through your mind, you can feel the presence of this elemental within it for a brief moment, and then it kind of comes back. What you get is two things from this. The first thing is it's happening just like the dragon, if it was a failure. And the second thing is that the creature, it might have different abilities pertaining to these creatures than it does the dragon.
Okay. That's a lot of information. That was my action. Bonus action, I am going to drink a potion
Okay.
of fatigue to end the exhaustion.
He's having a latte, basically, in the middle of a fight.
I'm just like...
Hold on.
You- Not enough foam.
I need that caffeine, man. Thanos is a caffeine addict now.
Not enough foam, baby.
I will end my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the one with heated metal. It is going to target the one and try to get the feature off, so I'll just check to see if it'll work. Yeah, it does work. Okay, so it does the 12 points of fire damage, and that's directly to the armor. Okay. And then as their action, they are going to send out a firebolt in the direction of the one in front, and that is going to be... I'll switch these back over to public, sorry. And then I'll send this at a disadvantage here if it runs through. 12. It's still a miss anyways, because technically it's in melee range, and it's also probably a state of mind as well to send a firebolt out. So it's on the top of you. It whirls it's focused in the direction, which is like a totem of like this kind of weird figurine thing, right? Like a totem kind of in terms of its a deity. And so it sends out the heat wave pulse as it extends. You see the elemental take that heat, and then with its other hand kind of whirls a firebolt. And then as it sends it outwards, right, it's still trying to clutch you at the same time. So the firebolt comes out and then grabs your head right after the firebolt's unleashed. And you hear this like just the sizzle and heat from its hand. It's just like grabbing on, it continues to wrap around you.
Whose side are you on?
I'm on your side! I'm on your side!
Continues to scream and yell. All right, come to this one.
Got a few more left. Yeah!
Careful with those bombs!
He has 11 points of force damage. Sends it out as it explodes back.
Who gave you grenades?
We made them.
Look, are you
I just picture like cloth with fucking gunpowder in it with a really bad string, and that's what they're throwing at these creatures.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna dart down here right in front of Tug.
Okay.
And I'll put his hand, his head in between my hands and be like, not on my watch. And then I'm gonna lay on hands with my hasted action.
Damn, I didn't realize Tug got fucked up.
Well, I don't think you can land. You can't land hands with your hasted action, unfortunately. So we'll have to use your regular action for that.
Oh, okay.
You can only dash one melee attack, right? One melee attack or one ranged attack, and then a dash and a disengage, right?
I think so.
There's a couple other things I think too. Like
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, but lay in hands
Item or
is a
something.
lay in hands because it's a feature action. It's not covered by that hasted action, unfortunately. So you'll have to use your full action to do that. How many hit points are you giving over?
25.
Okay, go ahead and reduce your pool by 25, and I put 25 to Tug. You touch the head as you kind of grab, healing them. Some of the wounds healed with the magic. Tug looks. I am a god! Oh! Tug is god! You can steal outwards from the radiance.
Lol. I'm gonna go up a little bit, move over one, and replace my attack with a Dragon Fear again.
Okay, so you're gonna send it out once more. Okay, so we got. I think there's just 3 targets now.
4.
Yeah, 4
1,
targets.
2.
I got it. I got it.
I,
3 failures, 1 success. Okay, so you got all those 3, so you let out another roar. That goes through your pulsating wave, that purple and pink lightning sprouting from, sends shrapnel outwards, like this kind of Tesla coil, right, as it extends from you.
Aren't there 5?
Oh, there's 5.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a guy right here too.
Yeah, 2 on me, 1 in front of Maldor, 1 in front of Tug, and 1 on Bears.
They're blending in with the water, and I did that intentionally, but now it's like backfiring on me because I can't actually see them. So I'm like, shit.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, that one's frightened as well. So the only one success was over here, which is the one with the heat metal.
Okay, yeah, and then I'll try and get it, like body block this one on the other side of Tug. I don't know.
Okay.
how. Yeah. And that'll be it.
Okay. Then in return here. All right, we come to this one. This one with the boat that has been shrapnelled. Opens the arms.
What are you trying to do? You're trying to kill me over here so I live.
Reaches down to the body of the other one, grabs a short bow, and then fires off its short bow in the direction of that one. Natural 1. As it lands just into the water, it's like a limp noodle. Extends. More short bows being fired. 13 misses. Irwin's up next.
I'm going to hit Tug with a 2nd level healing word.
Okay.
Hit Tug, that's rude.
I'm gonna hit him with that magic beam. All right, Tug recovers 14.
And then I'm gonna hit that.
Oh,
Do that
oh,
one with a
oh.
Toll of the Dead.
Tough love. Creature fails with 11, takes 21 points of necrotic radiant damage.
And that'll be the end of Erwin's turn.
All right, Varys, you're up next.
For Varys' turn, he's gonna see that was pretty effective, Erwin, and do the same exact thing.
Creature fails with a 1, takes 19 total points of necrotic damage.
That'll win Varys' turn.
And Erwin says, "Mine's bigger."
All right, Tegan is up.
Tegan is gonna talk shit to the one that they are all killing. Why the fuck won't you guys just leave? Why are you here? What the fuck? Yeah.
Creature fails with a 2, takes 8.
That'll end this turn.
Uses their bonus action, do a nimble escape to disengage, then grabs another bomb and throws it over. Creature succeeds with a 16, deals only 3 points of force damage.
Oh!
This explodes up.
You almost hit me in the head!
Scimitar strike coming through, natural 1. And then Maldor, you're up next.
Okay. I will. I'm gonna cast Vortex Warp on this gentleman.
Okay.
No, that was my toy.
What?
I'm experimenting, performing science in this corner of the water.
And I will put him there.
All right, you're successful. Just sucked into a portal, and they just kind of re-emerge from a point. You kind of send your hand outwards. They're kind of sucked into the portal that you kind of create, and you whirl the hand just adjacent, and it reappears.
Want to buy Greater Cleave?
Then I, as a bonus action, will use 2 sorcery points to quicken a green flame blade.
Okay, so you're gonna click the green flame blade, and then it'll prompt to which weapon you want to use it with. I believe.
Yeah, there it goes.
That is a 13, which it will miss.
I'll chrono shift that one.
Okay,
So,
go ahead and try it again.
I'm too far away, actually.
Oh,
I can't.
never mind.
Sorry, man.
You are too far away.
That's fine.
Just
yeah,
out of
okay.
range.
Yeah, and if you miss, I was making sure that bonus damage didn't jump, but yeah, you have to hit. Okay.
Yeah, just out of range.
That was action, bonus action. Atlantis turn.
Smart move, but just couldn't execute with the roll. Another
You're
short
blocked
bow.
lately, dude.
I know, 23 hits. They do 2 points of piercing damage. This one is mounted on top of you and is going to go in for a scimitar strike, 16 over top. So it kind of reaches over you, grabs, and just kind of like grabs onto your hair and like your hood, and then like reaches over themselves and just like strikes down, right? It reaches over you and just like strikes down towards and misses with the 16.
We got him now.
Okay, so we come to this one in particular. It is going to take a strike at the direction of you, Varys. It has disadvantage on the strike because of the Vicious Mockery.
Alright. I'm not gonna shield then.
10 is going to be a miss as it comes through, and then I am going to roll the Wisdom saves, not blind, just for the sake of not having a bounce back and forth. So we miss. Slow's still there. This one is Frightened. It's going to do something similar where it's going to use a disengage to try to go underneath the water line. If I remember correctly, you have Sentinel, so you can take attack from
That's
opportunity.
correct. Yep.
28 hits, you do 27 points of slashing damage, and it is unable, so it's going to maintain its position and then go in for 2 strikes towards you, Maldor. 21 at disadvantage misses because of the frightened, and 11 misses. Ending turn. We now come to Boss Cobb. Boss Cobb takes 3 scimitar swings. Once, twice, 3 misses. And is going to blow the horn in the direction of your nuts. Again. But you've already used your reaction for the Sentinel Strike.
Reaction.
And unable to use that. This one is frightened. It is slowed. It had the condition being applied. It is going to do something similar, which is a disengage, and then begin to dive down under the water. At the end of its turn, it's going to get a wisdom save. From Doug. Doug smash with right smashing. 19 hits, they do 5 points of bludgeoning damage. Second strike, 19 hits, they do 10 points of bludgeoning damage. So smash once and twice. Ending turn. This one is frightened. It's going to attack with its scimitar towards you, Thanos. 15 misses, and 22 is going to hit you. They're going to deal 9 points of force damage to you. And then they're going to use their freezing strikes on that attack. And I'm going to make sure that this is configured properly for the damage and such. (15) resists down to 7. And then you have the condition applied for the minus 10 feet of movement. Ending turn. This one is going to disengage and dive under the water line. Alright, Thanos, you're up next.
Alright. Now I'm curious about the stone, so I'm just going to start playing with the stone. The one next to me, I'm going to look at it and tell it to kill its friends while I try to channel through the stone.
Gonna blow himself up, so he's gonna do.
Probably.
Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
I mean, if I could ever, roll above a...
You talk to me about rolling above or something?
Yeah, I know.
Alright,
Yeah,
that
probably
is
fail.
going to be a failure. You're going to take 5d6 points of psychic damage. You take 19 total points of psychic damage as your brain, your mind is whirled back from the feedback of the elemental in front of you and vocalizes and ripples the currents of air with the waves that kind of send outwards from its body. I could not be commanded.
But you can. I'm just having an off day. It's fun. I will bonus action drink a potion.
Doug Superior, you recover 38.
And that'll end my turn, unfortunately. Because...
Ending turn, come to the one with the heat metal. That is going to continue to fire off the heat metal.
Hey.
That one. It's going to deal 9 points of fire damage. And then is going to send off a bolt of fire at that one. And that will be a miss.
Should I have expected any different?
Two left, it's all I got! Ching!
Sends more out. Deal 7
God damn,
points of
why'd
force
you
damage.
make so many?
Proceed the great chief!
Luke, you're up.
Okay.
This is such a shit show on my raft. It's just me being like, oh my god, you're gonna kill us! Ah!
My two goblins are the fucking best, dude.
It's like Bob's just like going up. I think Maldor's got the worst thing going on right now, isn't it?
It's like
Yeah.
kindergarten cop over here.
The shaman on top of your head. 29 is going to hit.
My toy.
You
Which
do
would be
22
on
points of slashing
a
radiant damage as you
17,
come
right?
through, and you crush
No,
it.
that's just for his one
Just
turn.
for the one round.
Explodes.
Oh, okay.
You can use the charges if you want. You can keep using
No,
it.
I didn't know how long it lasted.
Yeah,
I've
you
never
have
read
you,
it.
you have to declare it before you begin your attack action, right? So
Sounds good.
$25 is going to hit as well. You do 20 points of slashing rain damage, and you crush that one as well. 2 targets removed from the battlefield. These elementals falling to your blade, Lucar. This weapon is worthy.
Okay, and then I got 10 more feet of movement, so I'm gonna just go here and huck a javelin.
I forgot you had those.
Duck the jab.
Hold on, I gotta equip it!
Do you have hand slots enough for it? I think so. You just have the javelins and the great sword, right? 28 is going to hit. You do 11 half to 5 because the javelin is not magical, and I don't believe you get improved divine smite on javelin.
I don't think so either. I'm pretty sure it's only melee. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, ending turn there. Oh, I can hear myself. Moves forward. 11 is going to be miss. Bleeding profusely. I'm gonna die! That's out a short bow. 9 is a miss. Erwin is up. And be mindful of the rounds. We are in round 4, so not very much time has happened because there's so many targets on the field of play. But just from the beginning of Erwin's turn, the wave that is billowing is continuing to grow and push towards the ships many miles due north. And now the dragons are beginning to emerge themselves from the gorge as if to take flight.
Alright, everyone's gonna do a spiritual weapon attack.
Ooh, 14. Right on par, man. You know,
Yeah.
I just love it. Gosh.
I'm trying to think there really is a script for
I
people
really
rules.
think there might be.
And then he'll Toll the Dead as well.
All right, Toll the Dead coming through. That deals 21 total points and a failure of a 19.
Alright. Now we'll end Erwin's turn.
Okay, very sure.
Varys will firebolt that one. Having the fire collect at the tip of his finger, he'll shoot it off.
30 will hit. You do 20 points of fire damage. Explodes into the side of it, crashing through. It's barely up. It's just held by a mere cyclone of water and a fragment of its former self.
Really thought that one would do it, and I end my turn.
Teens up.
It's just a resilient bastard, man.
Yeah.
Egan is going to shoot a hand crossbow at it.
Net 20!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That is awesome. Wow, look at that boy go. All right, that is going to be magical damage. So that's going to do a total of 12 points of damage. Tegan fires the crossbow and it lands splintering and it kills it. Explodes.
Did you see that, Thanos? I'm still better with the hand crossbow.
My god, that's so funny.
Ending turn. This one takes a step away, but as they take a step away, they're going to take an attack of opportunity, which they did not see as the creature is in the water and spears the goblin.
No! No!
Goblin kebabs.
You son of a bitch.
Alright, come this one, short bow, firing off at the new target that's revealed itself here. 15 is a miss. And then Baldor, you're up next.
Yeah. Oh wait, we're level 11 now. I forgot.
We are.
Mm-hmm. You have 3rd level spell slots on.
Yeah. Well, also the cantrips got better. That's the only one we see is the one that just killed the goblin, right?
Right.
Am I not missing anything? Yeah. All right. I'm not gonna burn a bunch of effort trying to get to it. I'm just gonna chill touch it. Or is it chill touch or is it minus level? Yeah, chill touch.
Which is not a touch at all. We've always been through this.
Right.
Natural 1! Woo!
What in the absolute fuck?
You need. I don't know what you need to do, but like you need to get rid of them evil spirits around you, man.
Yeah, we need
Like,
to take you
shit,
to
man.
a
No,
moon
that-
practitioner.
We
Some
need
sage.
some sage, yeah, dude. Like, holy shit!
Send it down.
It's
You
been
know,
a week.
I'm gonna quicken and do it again.
God damn.
Alright, here comes the roll. 24. That'll hit.
A shit
6
damage
points
roll.
Of necrotic damage. Well, you got the attack roll, so that's good.
I got one of them. All right.
Yeah,
That one
that's
is-
wild.
Holy shit, dude.
Short bow being fired. Natural 20. Half
Hey!
10 to 5.
It's been,
Yeah, I paved the way for those crits.
Mm-hmm.
I,
You were
I-
taking all of the nat ones, so that way other people can crit.
Alright, we now come to Boss Cobb. Boss Cobb is now going to take their action to vocalize to the rest of the goblins that are alive. And remember, there's all these boats, right, that are around.
Mhm.
These are just what's here in terms of the fight. I'm not going to put, so Tug's got the other ogres, right, that sort of thing. So you can see Boss Cobb. No! No! As fast as you can! Continue! Move forward! As the one appears no longer frightened as it looks towards you, Maldor. It comes in for a spear, but that's not towards you. It's actually towards the one on top of your head. 9 is a miss.
I will sentinel attack that because he's attacking
he's slowed.
an ally.
Yeah, I know.
So he
I,
wouldn't
actually,
have
I actually clicked it twice.
I gotta make sure.
I'm with you. I just clicked it twice accidentally. Sometimes I click twice too. Jeez. All right,
No,
21
I'm-
is
You're not allowed to make
gonna
mistakes,
hit.
Michael.
You do 26 points. I know, 26 points of slash damage. It's not like I'm controlling literally over 30 commands. Yeah.
What?
You
You
do
made a mistake. How?
26 points of slash damage. Creature is still alive. It is slowed, so it's going to make a wisdom saving throw at the end of its turn. Natural 1. You are
I
able to
control
keep
time,
the
motherfucker.
goblin alive on top of your head, who begins to kiss you wildly. Thank you. Doug is just gonna kind of wait, since they're not cleared to jump on to the next one. Looks towards you, Varys. No! Fine.
No! Stay.
This elemental looks at you, Varys, and it's gonna come in for 2 strikes.
I'll shield it.
Oh, okay. Not the shield. 19 is going to be a miss, and the second strike is a 10, which misses, smashing into your bubble. Thanos, you're up.
Alright. As much as I want to keep playing games with my stone, I will end this, hopefully, or help end this.
Finally. This dude wasted 2 turns. on
Look,
nothing.
man, I have to learn. I'm just gonna still waste more turns on
8 is
absolutely
a
nothing.
miss. And 13 is a miss. You fire more bolts across the way. The raft is moving now because the wave that's billowing and everything is kind of shifting and changing in terms, so it's difficult to fire a ranged weapon on top of a raft.
A
I'm done
bonus
fucking
action?
around. I'm gonna finish this now.
17 will miss as well.
God
Just
damn
fire it
it.
up.
I should have used stone. Should fucking just used stone. This
It
is
was
so what I
it's
get.
the same thing, yeah.
To finish yourself quicker.
put myself out of my own goddamn misery.
Alright, so the heat
Oh.
metal is over, so it's going to end that. They are going to look at the one directly in front, and they are going to send a firebolt out towards that one. That's going to be an 8, which misses. Looks towards the body of their friend. Begins to cry as they kneel down. The last one, they pull it out. You! They light it. We're supposed to go to the Great Chief together! Sends it out. Creature succeeds and only does 4 points of force damage. Lucar, you're up next.
Okay. I am gonna just 10 feet over here. I'm gonna use my keen again. It's a reaction, right? Yep.
Yep.
I'm gonna slice.
Alright. Not crit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright, does 32 points of slashing and radiant damage. Creature still stands. You slice through the back end of its plate arm, creating a chasm as it cracks and water spills out.
Wait, what? Wasn't that a
Creature's-
crit?
Creature still stands. No, it has to be. It has to be on the die roll, not the modifiers. So
Oh.
it has to be. It has to be
you
a
have to roll.
17, 18. Yeah, so 17, 18, 19. Right. So -3.
Yeah, I'm dumb. Okay, I'm gonna hit him again.
Okay. Next strike coming through. That is not a critical either, and that is going to do 24 points of slashing rain damage. As you are able to cut through the remainder of that creature once and twice, as it does, it begins the cyclone spilling downwards to the water. There is only one standing in terms of these elemental creatures.
Okay, and then I'm gonna take 35 or 30 feet of movement over here. And hit again. Haste
Right.
damage.
21 is going to hit. That's not a critical either because of the die roll.
Or I am going to do a
Smite here, 39 total points of slashing and radiant damage as you flutter over, slicing, coming through the chasm of the creatures, explodes outwards and shrapnels. Creature still stands.
and there she is.
Just dropping a casual 100. There she is. As you fly away, you see as the goblin just stares at you, Lucar.
I'm gonna live. I'm gonna live.
Tear falls down from the face.
And then a water elemental appears from the room.
Picks up the
Oh,
ore.
nice.
Picks up the ore and continues to adhere to Boss Cobb's commands. This one does the same thing. They're now back to Roy. Everyone's up.
Arwen is going to shoot a guiding bolt at it.
Okay. Ooh, 17 is not going to land.
That sucks. That'll be Erwin's turn.
Right, Varys.
Just so Varys can get this thing the fuck away from him, he is going to use the staff and cast Gravity Sinkhole to pull it away.
That seems like overkill.
That does seem like overkill. Does not need to be pulled, but as you cast Gravity Sinkhole, it's going to fail. You can see the water's like pulled off of it, so it's like pulling it like one bit at a time, and then eventually the whole thing kind of gets pulled backwards as it takes all of that damage. The creature is gone. It just can simply suck back into the water at the point that you've kind of extended it to. That is going to be the end of combat.
And then to flavor that spell, Varys will like point where the sinkhole will appear, and then when he snaps, it starts to make the gravity well effect. All right.
So, nobody else heard the Aquina thing, right? Like,
I mean, they were all kind of going after you, at least the big ones. You
Yeah, but
specifically.
the first one popped up and said Bearer of the Essence. So, you know, just because I had the stone, nothing. Mm-hmm.
So, the goblins are continuing to row. They are picking up the oars. Some of them maybe strapping their friends onto the rafts. They are going to get ready to keep the bodies, put the oars into the water. They go. Tug grabs 2 oars alone, begins to get on either side, continues to move. The rest of everybody is coming through here. And as that happens, the kaiju battle is still happening. The crocks of the lightning, the flashes as it sparkles from Tresgall's breath. It changes the sky into a vibrant purple and pink hue. The lightning breath that ascends by Tresgall is roughly a 15-foot line that extends 200 feet into the point of its mouth that extends outwards. The fire breath is roughly a 200-foot cone of fire from Erithun. So just so you understand how large the breaths and the lightning are that it's extending out, it's greater than the length of its own body. As the fire explodes through both the dragons fighting each other, Erithun is the one to first take flight, crashing out of the water. And as that flight extends, it is flying down the gorge, over top of the wave, over top of all of you. Across the gorge. This is how long and massive Erithun actually is. That is how big the dragon is of Erithun as it whirls itself flying across all of your positions and is going to continue to fly down the gorge as it continues to kind of take elevation, right? So it's continuing to try to catch and get yours above. And the shockwave, the force of its wings sucks the air from your breath. You can't breathe as the dragon flies overhead this close. You're catching your lungs inside yourself. And then Tresgall is in pursuit and continues to make chase as well. And this is how large Tresgall is now. Tresgall has grown. Scales are near perfect in condition and is flying across as well. The eyes cackle with purple and pink lightning. The horn is reformed at the tip of its nose and continues to follow suit as Erithun cascades out of the gorge. And then as it turns around, Erithun kind of wraps its wings around. The breath of Tresgall sends outwards, kind of catches Erithun the side of its body up here towards the stomach region as it's kind of turned with the wings facing towards Tresgall. And then Erithun lets out a breath of fire, which kind of coats and pushes outwards towards Tresgall. And that fire narrowly misses all of you as it kind of comes wrapping around towards the water as it extends in a blue and white fury. Erithun then, hit by the lightning, tries to turn, but is now toppling towards the ground. And based on position of where they are toppling, they are crashing down upon a settlement known as Twin Fork, which is just to the southwest side of the foothills known as Iorg.
Previously known as.
Previously known as Twin Fork.
Known as Twin Fork. And they disappear out of line of sight, and Tresgall continues through the fire And with the wings, as they kind of come on either side, it whirls the fire like a jet, right? That twirls the actual air around it, right? So that happens with the fire and with the air as Treskull comes through. Now you finally breathe, right? Finally breathe because the dragon flight's no longer overhead, both of them. And the fire is gone. You're able to pick yourselves up from your raft and you kind of continue. You look back around towards the other boats. You notice a couple of them got hit by the flame of the cone. And a couple of them are kind of burnt and they're throwing water onto them. Some are charred. And as they're charred, the actual arm of one of the goblins was melted clean off from the fire. It's not burned, it's melted off. And they're kind of screaming in pain as the other ones kind of tend to the wounds of that one. Now, the two dragons that are large, continuing as you begin to row. It seems the wave, as it billows, is going to take time to get here. Roughly about 15 to 20 minutes for that wave to reach. It'll have a height of roughly 45 to 50 meters in terms of its height. These rafts will not survive that. We're going to go ahead and take a break for you all to think about strategies. The dragons, as fast as they move, they will reach you in about 15 minutes.
And then how long did you say it'd take the wave to get here?
15 to 20 minutes. They might very well reach you just when the wave gets here.
Unless we have a way to speed us up.
Start throwing goblins overboard.
I mean, I can't save everyone, yeah.
Irwin
That's
can
How can Irwin?
control water.
For water. You're able
Oh,
to control the whole zone around you and shove yourselves forward with large, massive speed. So definitely think outside the box because you can shorten that time of distance, right? Because think about it, it's you rowing and it's the dragons coming. So if you speed your side up, you're gonna meet that point
Mm-hmm.
much more quickly. So
all right.
all right. So if you're watching the stream this much, really appreciate it. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So we'll come back at about 124, 125 p.m. PDT. So hopefully check us out when we get back. Thanks so much. Bye.
Bye, chat.
Peace.
All right, welcome back. Thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. As we get back into the session, a little faded here after the break. We have had a fight with elementals on these rickety rafts constructed by goblins that are crossing the mighty river, which is roughly 6 miles in terms of its distance. You are at the midway point. Past that point at this stage, the rafts are taking the current, if you will, but now you're kind of going more towards the wave and now out of the wave. So has a little bit of a stagnation in terms of movement, right? Because you've really just kind of been going at like an angle. So instead of going off like just like that, you're going like that, right? So you're taking the current as you're going. And so then you went like this for a little bit, and now you're kind of going back like that as the wave approaches you, right? As it billows and builds. You could hear the crashing of the dragons, Erithune and Tresgal, fighting each other. This is a match that has transpired has happened in history before. Tresgal has told you all about them fighting the other dragons at the Wizard's Keep when Damodar had attacked. They have told you this. They went through this. This was many sessions ago, as you found them imprisoned in an ancient lost city deep into the ground. And you broke Tresgal out. And not only did you break them out from their bonds that were their enslavement, because they could not be killed by normal conventional means, and perhaps just a twisted turn of fate that was given to them by Erithune in spite, as these dragons have ancient bloodlines that have been in contest and against each other for eons and generations. This is a feud. Tresgal is not only brought back in that state, but also now they are a seed. And what has been described to you by Nameless would suggest that Tresgal has now grown exponentially in power. Even though Erithune might be empowered by what Damodar has done to them and the stones, right, the essence, when they were touched and given to them for some time, Tresgal is showing that power might not actually be that powerful. Because both of the dragons fighting now. So as we begin, Tresgal seems to have the upper hand based on the fact that Erithune has been hit and damaged by Tresgal's lightning breath and is toppling downwards towards the earth, towards Twin Fork. And as you are concluding of what you are to do next, you could hear the crash of the dragon now half of a mile to a mile in terms of distance downriver, and then more so distance as they crash into the village, crash into the earth. And you could hear that as it shakes once more. And then just there, Tresgal kind of picks the tail up, picks their body up out of the gorge, and they can kind of continue towards that pursuit as they go on to round 3 of their fight. First, impact in the fight in the Gentlewood, the second in the gorge of the mighty river, and now over the village of Twin Fork. You, though, don't really concern yourselves with this too much, right? You can't do anything about this. You can't stop it from happening. You can't defeat either of these dragons, even if they're on their own at this stage. So you can only hope that you can help the lives of the goblins who have gotten you this far, Tug, who has joined forces with you with the Deserters of Ruck, and yourselves for an impending tsunami that is about 40 plus meters in terms of height. And if you don't know what that looks like in terms of a wave, think about tsunamis in modern day and what has hit in terms of like Japan and kind of when I believe in like 2012, 2013 or something like that tsunami that hit them. I'm probably completely wrong about those dates, but that was pretty similar in terms of the wave height. And that took out cities. All right. Let's begin. Boss Cobb commanding, telling him to row as fast as possible. The goblin that has been riding you, Maldor, gets off of you. And the goblin who's been riding you, Thanos, is going to get off of you. They then are going to pick up the oars and turn themselves to the direction of movement, to the direction of east as they go. Maldor, you have the sending, the communication towards the rider of the two dragons, which are now coming close enough that you can all observe that they are nay gold, they are nay bronze, they are brass dragons. They are metallic brass dragons, both of them, and they appear to be adults to young in terms of their age. They're large in terms of category size. So it's up to you to determine if they're young or adult, but they are large in size. So 2 by 2 in terms of spacing. The rider is on the north of the two, and they look to be near identical in terms of their appendages, scales, and colorations.
Okay. Well, I think Erwin is going to do a control water and then redirect the flow towards the bank.
Okay. So, Erwin is using a controlled water as they begin to change the flow here. So you're kind of creating this area around you, right? And then you're holding that towards, right? So the control water is not all of the water, just creating it around you. And then you're using that to kind of pull yourself in the direction because you're changing the flow, right? The current, which would otherwise be heading south, now you're changing the current around all of your ships here to then head direct east, right? Kind of catch up in terms of that direction. I believe control water lasts quite a long time, 10 minutes. And that's going to give you significant distance to be able to cut the time that you're going to intersect these dragons to 10 minutes roughly. So you're in 10 minutes, you will reach the dragons who are now coasting over the river line. So they're kind of just over about 10 to 15 feet or so as they're kind of moving over top. And they're going to be reaching you all in that 10-minute frame. Now the question is, Erwin, directed by you, Varys, obviously Peyton, right? Directed by you, Peyton. Clearly, you've saved some time. You've saved 5 to 10 minutes before the wave hits. But the dragons, there's only 2 of them, and they are large, which means they cannot carry all of these goblins. They cannot carry all of these creatures.
Yeah, I don't really have a plan for everybody else.
Keegan, Varys, we should do the same thing we did at the fort. Or not the fort, the Lady Trillia's. We could put pretty much all of the goblins on one of you. We may not be able to save all the deserters with rock. That's unfortunate, actually.
Yeah, Varys is like thinking through what a polymorph spell can do. He's like, oh, I could turn into a whale. So then Varys jumps into the water and he'll polymorph into a sperm whale. And with his telepathic communication, he's going to tell Thanos to tell all the goblins to stand on his back while he swims ahead. And he's going to try to ferry goblins because he can swim faster than these boats can move.
There's a sperm whale for you.
Cool.
Alright, short people on the whale.
Okay. So you're getting all the goblins here to get on?
Yeah, I'm going to just have them stand on my back and then I'm going to swim. I'm going to basically be a moving boat for them.
Okay. So you can see all the goblins are now getting on. You're beginning to ferry them across. You're gargantuan size. The goblins are small. You're actually able to carry the majority of the goblins, if not all of them, in terms of your back. You're basically creating a submarine, right, that is unsubmerged, and you're creating them to go on the top deck of that submarine. And that is what you're doing here. The issue is if you can't dive, right? Because if you dive, they're going to be in the water. So you're going to have to hope that your sperm whale can ride the wave of the tsunami.
Yeah, and just move as fast as I can towards the bank, basically.
And now you're beginning to swim off, going 60 feet per second. So we're going to go ahead and move your artwork. We'll just have it over here. Again, we're kind of playing fluid with this map, so we're just kind of saying that this is transferring. And so I'm actually going to be removing some of these boats just for the sake of kind of saying that they're kind of unused, or perhaps there is no reason to have them. Occupancy. No one rowing them, they're going to be lost to the current anyways, so as the goblins are being kind of taken out, they're now being removed. The only one that's not going to be on this sperm whale yet is going to be Boss Cobb. Boss Cobb looks towards you, Maldor. They look towards you. Put the arms on the sides. Stare at
You
you.
fought well. You should go with your friends. We will meet up on the other side of the river.
We don't make it. Got some big old balls.
Yes.
Lowers the head down with a shake and jumps out onto the whale's back. The last thing you see is them. They're now beginning to move as they salute you.
And as Boss Cobb gets on, I'm gonna do the well. The water shoots out of the.
Are you gonna spout? You're gonna spout?
Yeah.
Nice. Tug will also get onto the back of the whale, as well as the visitors of Ruck. Because they are large, they can kind of go on top of the goblins in terms of space.
Oh, okay.
There's only 4 of them, so there's not many of them. So basically, they're just going to sit on top of your back. I'm also playing with the fact that I know how big a sperm whale is. So even though they are gargantuan, I know how long a sperm whale can actually be. So. All right, so you have the ogres and you have the goblinoids. The goblins, you have them, or goblinoids, because there's not just goblins. You have them all on the back of you, Bear. So you are carrying and ferrying all of these. Control Water of Irwin is continuing. What are the rest of you doing? Just kind of waiting for the dragons?
Pretty much.
Okay. All right, so as we are waiting, they now come into visible range. As they begin to fly, they crash into the rafts very briefly, and they are going to pick you up from the claws. So they grab on, hold, and they continue as they fly.
Fucking rude.
So they're going to grab you, Thanos, and they're going to swing past. The one on the north side is going to do something similar. I'm going to describe the figure that is riding on the back. The figure that is riding on the back is a very dark-skinned orc with a massive black warhawk that extends down on their head. They have tattoos of a language that this party has oddly seen before on a obelisk-like structure. They have armor that is Beskar and is made into studded as it extends down their body. They have gauntlets, boots, rings, a helm that sits top of their warhawk and has open spaces of slits where the runes can be seen that has magical enchantments. They have 2 short swords, one on the back, one on the side, and then a dagger on the other. The dagger itself, it is curved, purplish in nature and color, with a circle and then a odd silver gemstone placed inside of the dagger's guard. The handle is curved and it glows with that purplish energy. They, with two incisors coming up, they have black eyes with a nose that is short and uprooted like a pig, ears that extend long. The chin has just the beard flowing down black, wiry hair. They have no clan or guild symbols to them. They only have that beautiful piece of Beskar studded armor that flows itself with a doubloon-like shirt underneath of black and red, and then tight black leather trousers into those black and bronze and brass leather boots. They stand with a frame of roughly 7'3". They are thick to the chest and thick to the legs, and as they're riding, they ride with no saddle. They also, coming on approach, they stand nimbly on the back of the dragon. And as they do that, you can see as they pull from their necklace, appears to be a brass-colored gemstone in a geometrical shape. And as they're standing on top, it glows very vibrantly, and they grab it, pulling it out. You can see them kind of breathing into it, attuning, perhaps, using its magic, which is not so dissimilar from what you've done with yours on occasion. The dragon reaches towards you with its front and left claw to pick you up, Maldor. As it grabs, you can see that it begins to be strengthened by the bond of the rider and the dragon and the essence. The other dragon is similar, as each of you are picked up. Thanos, Tegan, you are picked up by the South Brass Dragon, and Maldor, Irwin, and Lucar, you are picked up by the single dragon of the North Side. All three of you, even with how heavy you may be. The dragon picks you up in each of its claws, with one being vacant. They pick you up, and as they do that, they begin to take flight. Then, after some time has passed, the wave, as it begins to furl itself, pushes over. We come to the whale. It's always been about the whale. Dragons begin to pull themselves together in flight as they turn back, headed eastward, flying low to not draw too much attention, but high enough to get over the wave. They speak to each other in common tongue.
Nice one, brother. That was good.
You did quite well yourself. Not as strong as me, perhaps.
Chuckles to himself. And as they laugh and giggle to each other, begin to talk shit. Whale, I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh god. Saving throw.
17. We get some whale noises. I'm just picturing the boys. I don't know why, but that scene where they spear the sperm whale with the boat. It keeps happening.
Oh no!
It's when he comes out. It's when he comes out of the water and he's like riding it. He sets his hair. Oh my god! So with a 17, you turn yourself so you do not want to take the wave on the side. You're gonna turn yourself forward north, and then you kind of brace for the wave. So you extend upwards, and you fly in the air for a brief moment, and then you land crashing down. The rest of the goblins holding to. You see you feel a couple of them bounce off right into the water, losing their grip on the slippery whale. But then the ogres grab them on either side to hold them too as they brace. You also feel a number of lacerations and wounds from the hands of the creatures as they're just...
Oh, I thought they were like stabbing their swords.
Yeah, they are. Some of them are taking their scimitars and stabbing you in the back as you're taking the blow to hang on. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw because of a concentration check with how many of them are damaging you. All right, that is going to be a success. I just wanted a 10 or greater, so that works for me. So as the daggers and the scimitars and the other weaponry come in, just the hands barreling into your whale body and the blubber, you're able to maintain yourself, and you begin to swim east as the wave crashes into the rafts, smashing them all into smithereens, into planks, rope, and supplies, backpacked, and storage.
Any grenade explosions from mishaps of the force of the wave?
They actually used the majority of them. So,
Oh,
and they actually have to be lit a certain way. But yes, you see little pops, little sea mines. Now, we are flying. I tried to get the portrait of this set up, but this is a very old token, so I just zoomed in on what the token was, because I did not have the original artwork for this. This is back when this game was on Roll20, so this is a very old artwork for this character. You see as they cling to the wing of the dragon, holding on by one hand. They begin to dangle in midair as the dragon flies over the water, sperm whale, with all of the individuals. I am Ukar, and you have been saved. But I imagine you'd be able to save yourselves from the showing against those myrmidons.
I'm not there, so
You're not there.
Well.
That's right, you are well.
We're still mid-flight.
You are.
Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure I understood.
You're like held by the dragon right now.
yeah, he's just like hanging off the dragon to talk.
He's
to him
literally hanging
face
off
to
the.
face.
He's grabbing the leather wing on the back end of the wing, just like dangling with one arm.
The timing was fortuitous, nevertheless.
Of course, I knew that you were coming. Not you all, but the goblinoids, to join my ranks. And one could only reason with disaster, destruction, when Erithun and Tresgar were spotted. I quickly grabbed my dragons, and I made haste. I did not know if you were in the water or across the ravine. What's your name?
I'm Maldor Gentile.
Maldor Gentile begins to move over to you and tries to grab your hand for a shake. Grabs on, but the forearms kind of moves every so often. And you! Points to Lucar, because you're on the same dragon.
I'll just look at him in the eye and just say Lucar,
Lucar,
very stoically.
your kind is rare these days.
Why is that?
That we will discuss when we come to my camp. Are you wounded?
I'm just gonna grab a rag out of my pocket and start wiping some of the goblin blood off of me. It's not my blood.
Of course. Of course it's not. Smiles. The two incisors poked upwards. They'll reach the High Auric soon. And from there, you will see my camp.
I predict you are familiar with the dragon's destruction.
We are not unfamiliar for certain. The blue one used to be something of an ally. Fortunately, no longer.
Ah, Tresgor. Yes. I see, its breath has changed.
Belongs to the old one now.
Then the old one, Tresgol, and I have something in common. Then smiles. Let us see if that one can break the bonds of its master or not. Chuckles. Pulls himself up in the wing, gets back on top of the dragon, and continues to fly.
This is the coolest NPC we've met yet.
All right. So, as you fly, you now are over top of the east cliffside. You can see the destruction that is here. Destruction of Erithune and Tresgol. The Gentle Wood is on fire. It is crashed at numerous impact points as the toppling of these large evergreen trees that are 200 feet in height have come over in certain pockets of space. You can see shadows of figures inside of the wood. Potentially huge creatures. Large, massive, okay? Flocks of birds. Packs of dinosaurs. And herds of mammoths. As they're moving away from the fire of what has happened. The Gentlewood is many miles in terms of surface area. Creatures galore live within the woods, and you can see them all moving out of the area. You have some information, right, to suggest that there's also humanoids in there. But they're too small to see. You're only seeing the packs, the herds, the flocks, right? That sort of thing. Then you can see where there is a massive just avalanche of rock and trees, and it continues to fall, right? So evergreen trees are just like falling and toppling into the mighty river based on the melting of stone, the dragons when they rolled off of it. It's just kind of continuously toppling until it settles. The wave now pushes forward, and that continues and is dying out right as it goes in terms of distance, but it'll build all the way until it smashes further downriver into the actual cliffside. You can see the fire scorched across the land around the village. A small village with roughly 36 occupants, mainly a trading settlement for the orcs to come down and exchange goods with human farmers and other dwarfs that would protect it based on Herwick. It is there as a trading post, really only, a cooperative, if you will, similar to that of the Windy Alehouse, but yet less, since this is much more difficult to get to. There's only a small, rickety road that aligns the south side of the High Auric as it reaches into the valley on the eastern side of Ismar. The village is destroyed. The houses, the granary, the windmill, all of it rolled over, toppled down as two dragons stand face to face, breathing breath, clawing and biting at each other and whipping their tails, crushing down into the earth and smashing into the remnants of trees and the cracks and ravines as they've created with their talons, creating an echo-like effect of flashes of light where it's repeating itself over and over again as the seconds transpire. A fight that would last hours between these dragons. No victor. Only one loser. That is the world. So both these dragons are world conquerors. They easily could take over the entire planet. And the history of Etheria is dense with how these dragons used to conquer the world and how humanoids arose in power to combat them. The age of draconian sorcery, when those dragonborns were gifted the gifts of these dragons. Those over time overpowered. Metallic dragons came to protect, balance them. But these are both chromatic dragons. They don't care about protecting people. They don't care about the destruction of the world. And they're going to continue to fight relentlessly. They will not stop. So as you watch this unfold of destruction continues, there are observations to be aware of. The first observation is that Erithune is being harmed by Tresgal, both in physical lacerations and bites, as well as breath. Erithune's shield on occasion sprouts with purple and pink lightning, but that is being hindered or suspended by Tresgal and their attacks. Tresgal cackles with purple and pink lightning about the eyes and the body sprouting from the horn, the nostril, mainly, as it's almost empowering. It's like a battery as it's surging through. And that kind of builds upwards for a moment and then reaches towards the jowls and then extends outwards with their breath. Both these dragons have thousands of hit points. They have armor classes that are intense. As I had stated, the fight is going to last hours of time. And who knows if either one will be victorious. So you continue to fly towards the foothills, towards the mountains. The High Auric, which is on the northern side. So we're going to come here. Which is on the northern side of here. And you're going to be flying away. So your backpack, we're going to have this here. So this is in terms of distance, right? So you kind of went downriver, then you went a little bit up, and then you're kind of flying at an angle like that, right? And you're flying to a high point within the mountain. And you're flying away from the destruction.
Except for me, I'm hoofing it with the goblins.
Yep. And we're gonna get to that, right? So get some stuff here.
That's funny. Gotta take one for the team.
I'm gonna make you observable of this pin. There's no actual information of it at current. It's just going to reveal on this map where exactly you're headed. So Ugar's camp is what it is labeled, so that should be roughly here. That should give you a little bit of an idea of where you're particularly going. I'm just going to park the backpack here into the mountains. So what's important is the High Auric is a mountain. You know, these foothills, even though they call them foothills, these are only called foothills because the mountains that surround the region are towering in terms of elevations rivaling that of Everest. And so these mountains can reach elevations of greater than 10,000 feet at times in the foothills. So you are kind of coming into valleys and gorges and areas where it feeds the mighty river. This area is protected very much naturally, and the sounds from the battle that's happening over Twin Fork are kind of dissipating. They're going away as the sounds are crashing into the mountainsides. The true dragons are flying low. They're using the valleys and the ravines as they're kind of snaking. Every so often, you can see smoke billowing from settlements, like villages of other orcs or goblinoids in the northern foothills. Towers made of metal or that of wood extend into the air 50 to 60 feet in terms of height, some of them armed with siege weaponry. And they're at various choke points of bridges that cross over the rivers of the ravines. You, Sperm Whale, are going to reach the other side. And as you reach the other side, you can see that there are orcs on the other side of the cliff. And they are there, some of which riding wargs or direwolves. They have ropes as they begin to extend down, tied to war mammoths. Mammoths that are barded in black plate armor. And they begin to lower them down towards you as you crash into the cliffside, anchoring yourself to it with the current. And the goblins and the ogres begin to use the ropes to pick themselves up. One of these orcs is going to be represented in artwork towards you. I'm going to go ahead and put this on. We're going to use this map. Here.
That guy fucks.
He's seen some shit.
So the burning of the fire of the gentle wood is quite apparent. Some of the wood is echoing through. I'll just kind of create a burning sound just for the ambiance, but it's pretty too far to really hear that. And you still have the sounds of the water. It's really the noises of the dragons that you're overhearing. And so I'll kind of create, I'll put that sound back that we have with the dragon roars and the other things. I'll put it to a lesser extent because it's pretty far away of you occurring, but it's still echoing out towards you. You are now outside of your polymorph, and you can see that there is a very old orc that has this Beskar plate helm with two kind of horns like mountain rams that kind of come down. They're weathered to the face, orangish red in terms of color, and they have plate armor that is of this bronze-like metal similar to that of the great chief Ukar. They hold themselves with a shield and a battle axe onto the sides. They're directing orders and commanding, and they have a hunch. So they're kind of sitting over hunch like this, right? And they're kind of yelling outwards, yelling at various groupings of other orcs, all with this red hand painted with a skull in the middle of it. Okay? So it's a red hand painted in red, and then has that skull in the middle of it with the white kind of outlining, right? And so they're kind of all yelling. You can see that on the shield of this individual. And they begin to approach you as they're yelling orders towards the regiments of war mammoths with the orcs. They're pulling all of them too. They move themselves like this up towards you. They smile at you, almost toothless. Good job.
Yeah, my many thanks.
You have magic.
Yes, I am. I study the arcane.
Well, then you must need to speak to Erpip soon. Erpip! Erpip! As they're yelling outwards into the crowd of orcs, there is a goblin that begins to walk towards you. They look just like Brugge. Erpip! This one has magic. Saved many goblins. Many ogres. Speak to them. See if they need help. We will get those to safety and shelter. What? Of the Whitebreakers? Are they headed to the Gentle Wood to save the Great Bear? Great Bear tribe. See as Erpip looks. They will. They are heading in with their direwolves right now. And they will for sure find them. If Chief Holvik is still alive, then perhaps there is hope for the Grey Bear tribe. Whitebreakers, they move quickly. War Chief Gorvak, do not fear. Begins to walk. Crab walking out of the conversation towards what they need to take care of. Goblin looks towards you, the arms folded forward. They have a robe currently on. A robe that has many different eyes on it, purple and pink colorations. They have a staff, which is solid black metal with a turquoise opal gem placed neatly in a mantle on top. They have a spellbook chained with iron to the belt that wraps around the robe. They have many different piercings upon the face, and their hair threaded down. As I had stated, they look near identical to Brugge. However, they don't have certain appendages. They have more masculine features, like a chest that is bare, stronger arms and wider shoulders. They also speak with a deeper voice, in a not so dissimilar tone. What magic are you capable of?
Uh, up to like around a disintegrate level. You know, I could do up to that.
It's adequate. You cannot teleport, though.
Unfortunately, no. But if there's a circle, I can.
Of course.
I'm learning. Actually, my teacher back at our town of Fatehaven looks a lot like you. Are you related to Bruga?
Pip is very much related to Brugge.
That's why you look so familiar. Yeah, Bruga's been tutoring me.
Related to or a clone of?
Well, then you must have a good teacher.
Excellent, actually.
Is there any help that you need?
No, I'm practically unarmed. I could just take a break and recover some spells. That would probably be the best thing for me to do.
Take your rest. Pip will try to help as best as I can.
Did all the goblins make it off? I couldn't really tell in my polymorph form.
You saved a great many, I'd imagine.
It's good to hear. Where are the dragons heading? Because that was where the rest of my friends were going.
Your companions are on Umi and Uma, the great chief. I can teleport you to the camp if you wish.
Oh, that'd be great.
Takes the hand, extends it towards you, and expects you to place your hand on their palm.
I will do so.
As you touch it, you see as they smile. Pip likes them. They kind of grab your hand very tightly. They cast teleport. We're going to go ahead and transition stuff. So you're going to give me just a little bit of time. Because I want to make sure we're accurate in terms of certain things. So, we had some time here. So Varys, you'll arrive actually a little bit faster than they will on Dragonback since you're teleporting as soon as you arrive onto the side of the cliffs. At that point, Pip is going to teleport you into this camp.
They have a fighting pit, Lugar.
Find that sound that I had earlier for this, but I'm not finding it now. So, here it goes. This is for everybody in terms of description, right? So we're going to go through the village description. This can be quite lengthy because I'm actually going to touch on just the orcs in general and how this works, because it's more fluid and it can become difficult to understand in terms of complexities. So I generally lose players in this region because of how nomadic it is. So I'll make sure that you all really understand what it is that you're observing. Okay. This is Ukar's camp. This is in the High Auric, high up into the mountain known as Auric. That's where they refer to it. They believe that Auric spawns the lesser hills as it rolls out of, and it stands as an independent, sovereign place to the orcs. This is their land. This is not land of the Talthars. This is not land of the dwarfs. This is orc land. And the southern foothills are part of their land as well. They believe they control the eastern part of Ismar. They regard Aluda and Takthar as hostile places. They believe that those who are willing to trade with them and see reason are willing and offering. They can do this. They can exchange goods, which is why Tunifork is a thing. Protected in seclusion at the end of the kind of the western, southwestern side, right? It takes a great deal of cojones, so to speak, to work on the road all the way by or all the way through orc territory just to trade with them. But they do. And so the people of Takthar coordinate and work on the plains, and they coordinate work with other people, which are these people, which are the dwarves. So, I'm imagining how do they get to the southern foothills? Well, they have their ways, just like the goblins have their ways of crossing the mighty river. Orcs also have their ways of getting to the southern foothills without using the dwarven bridges. But, as history would tell, the orcs believe they are their bridges, because when those bridges were built, dwarf and orc built them together. Common goal. But a story always has betrayal in it, and there's history here. There's many wars, many conflicts, and I won't go into that. Just know that this camp moves. This is not in one place for more than 2 weeks in terms of time. So, creating a map is very difficult for something that moves, obviously, because it changes all the time. And so this is how this camp is going to look in general. They will always have the Great Chief's hut established. They will always have an armory. They will have a feast hall for their warriors. They will have their smith for war. And they will have pens for their wargs. They will also have a fighting pit for challenges, for fighting between those who wish to take over leadership. Not just leadership to become chief, but also to become rank in their military. They fight for rank. And whoever's the strongest succeeds and earns that rank. Sometimes, and most often, it is to the death. Through strength, they improve. They evolve. This is just one camp that exists in the factions of orcs. There are Red Stalkers, White Breakers, Jade Bone Crushers, and the Shadow Hand. Each of those has their respective camps that roam and move. They have their own names. Loktha, Uthal. I'm not going to go into that. Again, it's very complicated and I lose a lot of players. So I'm making it simple. You're here in Ukar's camp. This is what it's called. Ukar's camp consists of all factions of orcs and goblinoids, because Ukar's camp is a meeting place for all of the leaders to bring themselves here and kneel before the great chief and their vision. Why that is, you will find out But that is what you observe. You observe upon landing with the dragons, immediately, you have orcs arriving at the edge of the fighting pit. These large red rook steps that extend down, just like that in the Incan Empire that built on the sides of mountains. Large masses, pieces of stone that are shaped, these ones particularly for stands, to observe and watch. This is where Umi and Uma are landing with Ukar and the majority of you. This is where Urpip would teleport you and then teleport themselves away to help the Red Stalker War Chief. Okay? So if you have any final questions, Varys, for Urpip, now would be the time.
How do you know Brugga?
Let's get ourselves here as well. Oh, Urpip knows. I look similar to Brugga. Yes?
Very much so.
Well, you are gifted with the arcane, you know, don't you? Who I am? Or what I am? You most certainly know.
Are you a simulacrum?
I am a clone.
Really? She lets her clones head out on their own.
One that did not quite fit the mold, no.
Oh.
No, I was experimented on for a time. And Brugga and I, we fell in love. What is more romantic than falling in love with yourself? And opposite in terms of certain things.
Right. Yes.
As we grew, I wanted more freedom, and Brugga agreed. And so I am here on my travels.
Do you know this orc chieftain's plan?
I know of Ukar's vision, yes. But that is for Ukar to tell you, not for Urpip to say.
And you are working with him for him to achieve it, or are you just passing through?
Smiles at you. Like all in this camp, we are passing through. See as they conjure and weave their hand. They begin to point and arrange down into the pit as a dragon begins to emerge, created from their magic as they weave it from fire, from the sands it billows and crystallizes like glass. The dragon mimics the appearance of Erithune and is huge in terms of size as it lowers itself down, commanded by Urpip. They're going to walk away from you to mount the dragon.
One more question. This is a personal one. I'm interested. What school of magic do you study?
Smiles at you. Urpip and you, we will talk. But now is not the time. There are many to save.
Oh, of course. Good luck.
Turns and mounts the dragon. They take flight, leaving. For the camp, there is always going to be towers that are positioned, palisade walls, spikes, right, created at these walls. They are going to build fortifications at these camps. These towers will be made out of hide and leathers. They will be hide and leathers of wolves, bear, and mammoths. They are tattered and stained with blood. They use blood and other materials to create vibrant maroon and reddish colorations to their tents. They use mammoth bones as supports to brace the structures. And then they also use red rock. They chisel, grab it in large pieces, and they use it to build walls upon the structures that would not be self-serving, just as kind of tents. They want it to be more sturdy. And they do this all in a day. They build this camp in less than a day. They all work together. They all have their own specific duties. They know where to be. The tents have the same symbol at times. The symbol of the Red Stalker, which is that red painted hand in the skull. They have a white-black symbol of a line art of a wolf kind of howling up to a moon of some kind. Then there are those of the Jade Bone Crushers, the most vicious and grueling. They have a symbol of a jade orc face that yells and rages to the air. Incisors pointing up and those pointing down on the top and bottom of the jaw. They wear no armor. They're almost bare naked at times. So as you're waiting here in the pit, Bears, because you're alone now, just except for the roaming every so often above you from the steps at the upper plateau of this camp, you are just waiting for your friends to arrive. And indeed, they arrive, landing at the fighting pit.
Did I get a short rest while I was waiting, or no?
Yeah. Everyone can short rest if they really want to.
Hell yeah.
So dragons land. They pull to each other, stepping close, nuzzling each other at the neck and the regions. You did quite well, sister. Nice landing. You did as well, brother. Shall we get something to eat? Ah, I did spot a herd of mammoths running from the fire. Would be such a pity we were to catch a few. See as Ukar turns and rubs them down very slightly, giving them a little bit of a pack on the side of the necks, each one. You have deserved it, Umi and Uma. Feast to your heart's delight, and I will call to you when you are needed. When we will bond again. You see as they grab the stone and lower their heads together, all three of them touch. And then the two dragons, the twins, pick themselves up and they fly away.
I think when Varys sees them land, he'll get up, dust off his cloak a little bit, and approach.
Okay. Ukar then grabs a torch, lights it from under the canvas tent, and walks to each metallic brazier filled with coals. Stashes the torches, lighting them one by one, throwing them in to ignite them. As the sun begins to set, move to the middle of all of you. They simply sit down into the sand, crossing their legs, holding their arms between themselves, taking a deep breath. Welcome to my camp. I am Ukar. Looks towards you, Varys. I am that which they call the Great Chief. You are given sanctuary here. You will be protected. And if you stay with us long enough, you will help move this camp.
build its tents, stoke its flame, hunt for food. If you decide to leave, you will not find this place again. Not unless you scavenge and search the High Auric. Which I suggest not. Orc territory is violent. Does not matter what you will say to them, for they will not listen. You are trespassers. We will dine in my hut. But before that, you may ask and speak without the eyes and the ears of those listening. The secrecy in this world is paramount. With what we have to do, we cannot afford for anything to filter to the less. Those that are not gifted, those that are not chosen. A demonstration to wet your lips, then. Pull out
Sure.
the dagger, purple, and sheath it. This is the blade that I had won my victories against all of the great war chiefs of the other tribes. This is how I united them. I won with this weapon. Rose it into the sand, but it is not my true power. Grabs the short sword in the back, unsheaths it, turns it, and spears themselves into the heart as they take the blow. They falter back, tumbling back into the sand. They are dead. And as they die, the blood begins to bleed into the sand. Purple and pink cackling lightning sprouts from the blood. And now there is two of them. One completely naked, grown from the blood and from the lightning. The one rises breathing, pulls the sword out of their body, uses it to pull themselves up, slightly exhausted at this point, looks to the one that is bare. They both shake their head downwards together, touching the head at the fore. You know what you need to do. I know what I need to do. When armor touches the chest, the bare naked one begins to walk away. Up the steps and into the rest of the camp.
So I see you've been acquainted with the old one as well.
How fucking high did I just get?
That's incredible.
They sit back down onto the ground, crossing their legs over themselves in a deep meditation, waiting for you to ask your questions. The eyes are closed.
Suppose I'll cut straight to the point. Well, at least my point. The others probably have other questions. You plan to take the city of Voluda?
I do.
What is your plan for the Silver Dragon?
Eyes still closed. Beldazar. Raises the eyebrow and the eyes still closed. They will die. Or
They will flee. But I suppose you have an answer to that question. So why ask it?
Because it involves more than. Actually, I'm going to focus on my stone because I want to see if his stone is actually one of these stones. Because I didn't do that while we were flying like I should have.
Which stone?
The stone in his
The dagger.
dagger.
It does appear to be connected. You feel pulse towards it. The dagger is on the side, impregnated into the sand.
As you are clearly aware of the gemstones and their power, it seems your dagger contains a piece of the one that I have been collecting.
Yes. That is why you are here.
Well, among many reasons.
So many.
We had
Continue.
thought it would be more useful to turn the dragon to our cause than simply kill it or chase it off.
A dragon rider.
If so possible, that would be the plan.
Then we will try.
We should also like to see the city of Eluda become available to those who fled it and retain their honor from Clan Gilgal. Not all those of that clan agreed with what has happened, but they are currently taking refuge in our home. I would see them return to theirs.
Of course. One does know so much about being captive and away from one's home. Eluda shall be freed.
So do you see yourself as the conqueror that will free all these orc clans? What's your plan?
Orc tribes have been free for eons. They lead themselves, selected great or war chief by blood. A fight, ceremony is conducted. One weapon, no armor, naked. To the death. I spilled this blood as no conqueror. I did it for ambition. To free. The city of Stone is under occupation not just by Clan Gilgal, but also by a powerful mage known as the Tinker. I suspect that they are someone of great power that comes from the Wizard's Keep. One of the wizards of old who helped create it. I have lived a long time. No orc here knows my name, my true name. They do not know me. I have lived thousands of years.
You look fantastic.
You were not simply gifted your power by the Old One, were you?
No. And yes. My gifts from the Old One. They allow a new me. They create me from my blood. And it clones my memories, my strengths, and my weaknesses. In history, there was a moment that when I died and came back as another, that there was something else now within me.
Fragment
It was
of
a moment.
divinity.
Yes. It was a moment that I realized that I wasn't merely dying and coming back. That I might very well be consuming the souls of others in this great cosmos to make it happen.
That sounds like a gift that would come from the old one, yes.
That's why I created this dagger, except for the sand. It is used to capture the souls of myself, trap them, and to release them back to where they came. Sets it in front of them. It is a weapon that required great effort to make. Lost a true friend. Reads intently.
Well, it would seem that a lot of our goals ally with yours.
They do. Of course they do. You are going to arrive here anyways. To see me, to accompany the goblins. Praise to the great chief. But you're fighting against the Myrmidons. Show true prowess, the likes of which I have not seen for some time. There was only one individual that I had seen that from, and that was the loss. That was my true friend. Sataris. They are known today as Captain Morgan. I left them alone, not to disturb them, for I was to set on a new path, and they a new life. Did not know what it was that they had done before. This is what I gave them. But I long for them. I still do. I tell you this, because you must know who I am and what I am. That if we are to become friends, and we are to become true friends, I will also miss you. I will grieve you. I will be loyal to you. But I will also do what I must to protect you. And if that requires you to lose yourself, then so be it. That is who I am.
What did you protect Captain Morgan from that required him to lose himself?
Captain Morgan. They. Sultaris. They were there when we both accepted our gifts from the Old One. We were promised that history would be kind to us, our wealth would flow like a waterfall of coin, endless. Their gift, premonitions, predictions of themselves and their friends. There was a seed that was given to them. In exchange, an arrangement. They to plant this seed or forfeit themselves and their power. I was hesitant to accept the gifts, but I did not want to lose a brother. I was an orc. I was already seen as an outsider, foreigner to be killed, in a wild land that was ruled by dragons and their thrall. So I accepted. But Sotaris' premonitions grew. They learned something. They learned that planting the seed could mean their own demise, and the gift was relentless. It was a feedback loop. Constantly plagued them. Sotaris grew mad, thinking everyone and everything would do them harm. But really, it was the seed. So, how do you stop that? You couldn't. I wanted for my brother to live. If they chose, willingly, to not plant that seed, they would not exist any longer, and I would lose my brother. I had to protect them. As I had said, so be it. The seed, with or without them, was planted. Premonitions soon faded, but they had already gone mad. So I removed all memories of their sickness, all memories of what made them mad. Everything was wiped. I gave them what they liked most in this world. Their rapier. Their amulet of the tankard. And a small note with their true name. And I left them. Never to return. Never to fear that the premonitions would come back. See me as harm instead, for what I had done to them.
So you planted the seed on his behalf.
I did. I went back to the old one. I told them. And they gave me the power to take it from them. To do what it was that Sotaris was not going to do. To spare them. And I did this with my own gift. For in this world there are many of me.
And what of your seed?
It has been planted.
We carry similar arrangements. I've often been concerned at what the outcome of those might be.
It was to Sotaris. They would do you harm. If it was to me, they are a piece to a puzzle. One does not sacrifice a pawn willingly. You need to play more moves to see what is forward, what will happen. This is why I did what I did, why I planted mine. I am still wary of the old one, what
As
they
you should be.
truly are.
I spent countless years fighting him and his creations. I originally knew him as the Devourer. I believe his power may be necessary for the tasks to come, but he is likely the greatest threat that any of us face. When the time comes, we must find a way to, if not destroy him, seal him from this world in some way.
I have read stories and lore about this Devour. They have been lost to time, passed around to be diluted. Yes, I agree. We will need more power.
So would you be willing to part with your silver gemstone?
I think he said you had to fight him for it naked.
Stands up, grabs the dagger, sheaths it. You know, it's not a bad idea. Grab the short swords, the side and the back. They twirl them. They look towards you, pointing the weapons. But you are no orc, and I will give you no satisfaction of removing my armor.
So it shall be then.
Towards you.
Thanos will pull out his hand crossbow.
I was gonna offer to do it for you, but go off, King.
Good thing
Thanos
Varys never
gives no
has to
fucks.
duel people. Like Varys will walk over and be like, and I'll lean over to Maldor and be like, one of Brugus' clones is he as well.
Not one of the evil ones, I hope.
Seemed very nice to me. They were also flirting with me, so apparently that trait, extends from clone to clone.
Runs in the genes.
I'm just too decadent, I guess.
Oh, she's just very, very horny.
Oh, that too, for sure.
Roll initiative.
This can only go so poorly, right? Like, same fucking roll, he just has a higher dex. I hate it here. I fucking hate it here.
So, we now come to Ukar. Ukar moves with dexterous precision advancing across the sand with either of the dark steel short swords. They then go for a series of attacks towards you. 27 hits you, dealing 14 points of piercing damage. Next attack, 29, hits you for 13 points of piercing damage. They then sidestep around you. And as they're doing that, they use one of their features. And they turn invisible. It is your turn.
So this is the game we wish to play today, huh?
I feel like you're getting what you deserve.
All right. Thanos is going to. Yeah, this I don't know. I expected this to go down. Features. We're going to entrance step over here.
Okay.
And then I shall follow suit. Where's the spell?
I think at that point, Varys, because he wants to see the fight, is just gonna see invisibility on himself. Hold on, guys. I'll make sure I know what's going on.
You hear a voice echo from you. Your steps still into the sand. One will need to take more precautions. Aye. In your stealth, Shord comes towards you. 24 strikes, dealing 15 points of piercing damage. As it comes through, it prompts you for a Constitution saving throw. Then their invisibility ends as it decloaks them. They take another action to swing their sword towards you. 26 hits, dealing 12 points of piercing damage. Prompt you for a Constitution saving throw. Okay. 13 is a success. They look towards you and they smile. You have dripping blood. They rotate around you. Your turn.
What would Thanos do? All right. Okay. Trying to decide what Thanos would do. I'm gonna cast Dominate Person on him.
Alright. Brought a Dominate Person. Lucar is going to expend one of their legendary resistances to succeed instead.
This is an unfair 1v1. He's got fucking legendary actions and resistance. Okay, that's fine. You know what? That's fine.
I don't know why you're not shooting. Is my
Because it was a 1v1 and he is clearly going to win a physical fight. Bonus action? Fuck it. He gets to use fucking cheap shit. I could use cheap shit. I'm going to potion.
Quick pop.
Jesus Christ, using all of his consumables.
Hell yeah. And then yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Alright, so at the end of your turn, Lucar is going to use a legendary action. And that is the vanish that I had done before. So they are going to vanish. And as they do that, they are going to turn invisible. You cannot see invisibility, nor is your passive perception higher than their passive stealth. You cannot gauge where the steps are in the sand. You feel disoriented, and then the stab comes towards your back. They deal 27 as a hit, but this time they sneak attack, dealing 39 total points of damage to you on the attack. You will need to recover more than that to stop me. Natural 1. It's a slip. Your turn.
I really don't have any other options, huh? Alright. Fuck it. We're gonna shoot, and we're gonna see what the fuck happens.
You should try hurting him. Find it
One.
works well.
Fire.
Or not.
Try this again.
Level 20
And
is going to
I
hit.
will add my psionic strike to that.
They activate their armor as a reaction to negate your critical in some regard.
Guy's a dick.
Using the durable, they're going to half the damage of your critical. So that is 6 plus 4, 10, 10, so 31. They're going to half it down and only take 15 points of damage. So you scratch them on the shoulder. All of that for a drop of blood.
Prick. Alright. Bonus action. We're gonna teleport. Wonder where this guy's movement speed is. How far can I actually get? We'll play smarter, not harder then. That will end my turn.
At the end of your turn, they're going to use another legendary. And they vanish, going invisible once more. As they go invisible, something to think about, they've already showed a sneak attack to you. They're going to use their bonus action to dash. They strike into you once more on the side. 25 hits, revealing them the top right of you, dealing 15 points of damage. This one, a sneak attack, dealing 30 on the sneak attack. Bonus action used for the dash, revealing themselves to the steps. Don't run away. See a crowd beginning forming at the top of the steps who are stopping to stare down, looking at the orcs, despising you for leaving the sand. But I will forgive you, for you do not know our ways.
Okay.
Your turn.
Stupid. Fuck it, I have one more potion. We can get one more turn out of this.
Oh my god. These...
Chugging a supreme potion, recovering 62 health points.
I honestly just expected you to go full old one and just like Nova his ass.
Yeah. The way I've been rolling, that ain't gonna happen.
Succeeding with a 25.
Jesus Christ.
He has
Sorry.
legendary resistances. What are you doing casting spells?
They take
I mean, I'm not gonna kill him with my
25
hand crossbow.
Actually, hold on, I gotta see something. They are resistant to psychic damage as well, so they're going to take that 25 and half that 25 down to 12.
I will end my turn.
I have been imprisoned for years of my life. Your magic will do nothing to me. For solitude has chosen me. Go invisible once more. "27 hits you. They deal 12 points of piercing damage, revealing themselves. And this is a sneak attack as well. Dealing 19 on the sneak. They take the bonus action and swing their other weapon. Dealing 15 additional points of piercing. Ending their turn.
Alright, fuck it. I'm going to activate the gauntlet and the paralysis since I already used the flamethrower earlier. And look, man, I gotta try some.
Okay. They're going to use the legendary resistance and choose to succeed instead.
That's fair. And then I will shoot them. Or try to. Oh, my Jesus
16
Christ.
is a miss. As you said, the powder. They hold their breath and duck underneath the bolt as you fire it with nimble grace.
And yeah, we will hold one gift.
Okay.
So, and we will shoot two more times.
All right, you fire. 21 is a miss. Move out of the way as you bolt, dodging your close quarter crossbow.
You can do this. I have faith.
19.
Not
is
if
a
I can't
miss.
roll above a 10. All right. Yeah, that's going to be the end of that.
You're doing great. Keep it up.
End of their turn. They vanish once more, and as they vanish, you hear the whispers of them as they dance around you, almost moving all around you, using your gift. Too soon. Coming for a stab. 30 strikes into you, dealing 15 points of piercing damage, revealing him at the steps as they stab into your leg, particularly right. 32 at your artery of your left quadricep, cutting it neatly as the blood plunges out of your leg, and you fall prone, rolling down from the steps into the sand. That is the end of combat. As we end combat, Ukar moves over to you, grabs the short sword, puts it into the fire. Searing hot, cauterizes the wound on your leg. As it sears, a scar for you to carry of your fight with me for eternity. Then takes the dagger, unsheaths it, pulls the silver stone out, places it on top of your unconscious body, who is now stabilized by their medicine. I will be at my hut. Take your time. Think of more questions. But remember, eyes and ears will be present. Lower themselves down, clutching, bowing, similar to a monk would as they lower themselves in a bow posture.
Thanks again for your help and the sanctuary.
They raise
And
themselves
for
from
the
the bow,
entertainment.
and they begin to walk up the steps. As they do, halfway up the steps, the entertainment was free. They leave.
Doesn't Thanos have a gem of true sight? Why didn't he use that?
I think it's
Oh,
hard to hold and shoot. So,
Ah,
There's this
Right.
nifty thing called hand slots OOC.
Yeah, he didn't have it equipped.
The gauntlets
the
take up
hand-
a hand slot.
hmm,
So
right. And you wasted.
should have just used, see invisibility. It would've been fine.
All right, so at this point in our session, this is where we're going to end it. Ukar strides up the steps and shows that they are not a fighter type class. They are actually a rogue type class. So they're moving, even
And
though
he's
they're
fucking
tall
scary.
and strong, and very scary in terms of a character. They also have told you that they are, quote unquote, a brother with Captain Morgan.
I believe it's 21.
They
didn't
don't
hit that
know. They don't
motherfucker.
know that you know Captain Morgan. They just were speaking of
Right.
their story, because where they come from and who they are is that they tell the truth to their friends. They earn the trust. It's one of the very few characters I think this party's come across that would simply just tell you what the truth is to earn it and then move on, treating you almost as equals in the fight ahead, and also having very grand ambitions, like some of you at the party. All right, how's everyone feel?
That was fun.
I
Like a
feel great.
bitch.
Yeah.
Just had a nice short rest.
I didn't waste my potions.
Thanos, you didn't tell us that Orsivus nerfed you.
No, that dude just has a stupidly high AC. What do you mean? A 21 didn't hit that man. As a
Orpheus
rogue
nerfed you.
in leather.
It's okay.
Like-
It's okay that he nerfed you. Old Thanos would have shot his ass.
I did once, and then he
If you-
cut it in half.
If you are watching the stream, if you're enjoying it, I don't know who particularly is on it right now. I don't have the thing up, but I can. This group actually, if you enjoyed it, this group is looking for another player. So we're running a 5 right now. So you can always throw your name in the hat. There should be a Discord link to come into the community server, and you can simply apply on the Discord server. There's a chat for that. So yeah, and I'll talk with you and see if you're a good fit, that sort of thing. Yeah. Anyways, we're going to do experience points now as we conclude. So you can hang
Sweet.
around for a little bit longer, and then probably just chit chat for a little bit, and then we're going to close out the session. We also have another group playing at 4:00, so very soon, so about half an hour or so. Yeah, so you can always stay with them if you wish. What's the server link?
How much XP did he lose for that fight?
Yeah, that's truly the question.
I think I did pretty well at a 1v1 where he had legendary resistances, and I burned 2 of them. Just saying.
I think the server link should be on the channel underneath. You should be able to click one of the.
Yeah, it's in the about, but I pasted it in chat.
Yeah, it's in the about. And did you paste in chat? Okay.
Yep.
It came through. You don't have links allowed. If you
Oh,
click
I
the
don't?
Discord in the channel below, it should take you.
Yeah.
Paste in chat didn't work. So go into the about of the channel, and then you can actually just click the image Discord, or the link is there, and it'll take you to it. If
Forgot
not,
about
I
Twitch
can.
and links.
Is that a setting I can turn off, or is that just always there?
Yeah, it's a setting you can turn off.
Oh, so if you can't
Uh,
find it, I can try to turn off the setting and then send you the link.
It is.
Is it in moderation?
I believe so.
Okay.
I was about to say I've never streamed, so I actually wouldn't know.
I think it's on subscribers only. by default.
Yeah, block hyperlinks.
Yeah, so you can just
Okay.
disallow that.
Yeah, I disallowed it, and then let me
I
get
think
the
they
link.
found it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll post it just because. I mean, I'm curious to see if it works now. I'm honestly curious if we
Yeah,
can get
well,
the
you
But
link.
can
you
post
can
it.
always post
It's
it. It's
just
other
the rest of
people
us can't.
posting for
Oh,
you.
well, why did I? Okay, well, never mind. That's the link there. You
Yeah. Yeah, it's mostly to prevent randos from posting malware links and stuff in your chat.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll turn it back
Or
on.
pornography or whatever.
Pornography
Yeah, just
shit.
whatever.
Yeah. That's true.
That man whooped my ass.
All right, experience points.
You did.
You just gave up. You were like, I'm gonna use spells. It's like that's obviously not gonna work.
That's what he does now. That's what
Yeah,
that's what
I mean,
happened to our
that's-
Thanos.
That is the
spell guy.
issue. Is
He's
that
the spell
like
guy.
I use spells now? It's a whole thing. Did you
Man,
not
got-
see the 100 damage
gotta-
to the fucking
you-
Myrmidon earlier?
No, that spell's great, but I don't know why when you saw a legendary resistance go off, you're like, I'll try that again. When you know they come in threes.
Because I mean, OOC, I know that, but like Thanos hasn't
Yeah,
used spells. Thanos doesn't know that. I gotta learn somehow.
Yeah, you gotta learn by getting your ass kicked. Yeah, Varys
he-
just doesn't
he-
duel. He knows.
That's how
better.
he learns everything.
He didn't get his ass
is-
kicked. He got his artery severed.
Yeah, you
True.
literally you're bleeding out because you cut your fucking arterial of your right leg. Yeah.
And he's like, "Have a
For s-
scar for me, bitch."
Yeah, that was great. I love that, man. I
That
can't
was
think
fucking ruthless.
that was pretty good,
He-
man. I was like, that's probably a highlight of my role playing because like I
And then
was
he
like,
gave you the stone anyway.
such a good thing.
Yeah, all that just to give me the stone. Okay, that's fine.
Just had to bleed for it. It's fine.
Yeah, I imagine him like scarring you and then licking it afterwards and then walking away.
Yeah.
You bleed so easily.
So easily.
But let the record show this is why you don't 1v1 boss characters.
You just don't 1v1 in D&D in general.
No,
I
I
don't- It does, maybe Maldor could have done it, but
not the way
Yeah,
he's
right.
been rolling lately.
Not with
Hey,
these
that man would not have hit a 21 plus AC ever.
yeah, I didn't think about that.
Like that was the issue. I attacked him 3 times and just needed to roll probably literally an 11. Anything above a 10.
There
We're
was
just-
like 2
we're
or
just-
3 times where it was like, do I cast magic? No, this is too fun to watch.
we're just finger crossing that he's just getting all of his bad rolls out before we fight a dragon,
For an actual fight.
Yeah.
right?
and then the big rolls come out.
For session 64, we have 2,570 experience each, but you had 92,370 experience total. Now that obviously Drew is not playing with us, I don't have to calculate the other experience. So, all right, go ahead and add that to your character sheets.
I have really just not been adding XP to my character sheet.
And we're really not that far. from
XP
another
is for
level. I feel like
winners,
we just
but-
leveled
Yeah.
up.
Sir, I
and-
earned us the XP.
We use Foundry VTT, but it's heavily modded and very much configured very specifically. So I wouldn't I wouldn't say that you could just get this set up right out of the box. But yeah, Foundry VTT, and then they were having a sale on the software too. I think it might have expired though, but you can pick up. It's no subscription, it's a standalone purchase, which is really nice. So, and then it's hosted on a Linux cloud server, so it's kind of a intricate thing there too. So yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, my animations are automation, all sorts of cool flashy things.
Michael doctors it up a lot because it
Doctors
doesn't
it
look
up.
like that standard.
Yeah, stock does
Yeah.
not look like this. Yeah.
But it's sick. Like the
Um,
shield animation not lagging for once, that was crazy.
Yeah, token magic.
Wow.
Yeah, token magic. That was I know the shield thing. We've been playing with the shield lag for like a long time. So I
A
was
year
really
and a
happy.
half.
A
Yeah,
long
since
time,
we
yeah.
started.
Since we
so-
started, yeah, it's always had a problem.
It was just
but
part
now
of
it's
the
fixed.
allure at some point. It's like, I'm going to lag everybody.
I'm gonna lag everybody. Shield.
I'm gonna shut down the server. Hold on.
Time to shut it all down. But yeah, we improve our setup all the time. Foundry is technically like a not released product because it goes through updates all the time. So just be aware that it always has bugs and stuff. And then if you get into modding it, it will have a lot of bugs and it'll take a lot of like work and troubleshooting. So we always have something come up. We still have stuff, and we just kind of, we accept it because it's awesome and it looks cool and it works just fine. Anyways, I don't think I'll be able to field because I have the next session coming up here, so I won't be able to field anything for you. But I'll definitely get back to you later tonight or early hours. Not early hours, but tomorrow morning. So, and without any background. yeah, you need no background knowledge. Sure,
That's all you need.
That's all you need. Sometimes you just watch. So. So I'm going to close it out now. Thanks so much for watching, and yeah, we'll get back to you. So, bye.
It's fun.